I did it right. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, fairly close. Oh, let's see. Everyone see me, hear me, etc., etc. I presume I'm visible and audible. Alrighty. Actually, I have more answers than questions today, Rusty. Although you Rock may have some answers to go with it. Anyhow. Oh, John. Yeah, that's harsh. Harsh, I tell you. Chris may get distracted as there's a big fire over near his place. Although he is safe in a remote location. So he's personally safe, but his house definitely isn't. No, that workaholic is still up on the mountain building stuff. Lauren may or may not be monitoring tonight. He's been helping him. He had to come in town to do a small job for a regular customer and heading back out there tomorrow. So, yeah, they're yonder 35, 40 miles from here. So it's a fair trip.
They be doing stuff.
Yeah, they're building a building right now. But anyhow, so that's what they is be doing. Eva yonder, and she. How are your? What was hurting your wrists? Were you saying?
My wrists and my elbows.
Wrists and your elbows. How are they doing now?
Still not feeling great.
Well, you've been taking ibuprofen on a regular basis.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she's been working her butt off. As you can see, that the main thing is just offloading the high line. Nothing else is that stressful on her, but that is fairly stressful because those are some pretty good buckets. Even my right elbow gets a little bit sore from getting them off the carriage. Constructing a construction, erecting an edifice. Yeah, they're putting together. I guess it's going to be kind of like a base camp or headquarters or whatever for that project that Jim's leasing out. Jerome Pavlik says, make sure she takes magnesium.
I already do.
She says she does. Thanks, Jerome. Appreciate it. Don't recognize your name.
Absolutely.
If you're new, welcome.
Daily magnesium. Good stuff.
Bodging a bungalow. I think it's a little bigger than a bungalow. And, but anyhow, I'll presume that most everyone that's here tonight has seen my videos I posted yesterday, so you have a good idea. It was the weather was a little odd this weekend, but it was better to be a little chilly than hot. It's not as stressful to work. Welcome, Jerome. Make sure you don't hesitate to ask questions. Okay, we don't call it Hard Rock University for nothing. The idea is for people to learn and to teach each other stuff and everything. And right now we got at least 2 really smart people watching that I know of, including one that's got like 30 years in mineral exploration. So, as I say, we have some expertise here. And if you have a question, just honest, curious thing, just ask, And somebody will probably be able to give you a good answer. If not, they can tell you why they can't give you a good answer. Sure, Rock. You're giving you homework. Actually, I just got the results last night. So I have some more homework to do at the mine, but at least now I have a plan. So, uh, yeah, possible. We're much better than the guys in Washington at doing that. But anyhow, what you see behind me is kind of a diagram of the vein at Montana B, middle decline at the 23-foot level. This one here, oops, let's see. I'm trying to do this while looking at the camera. This is a view looking top down on the vein itself. This is a side view looking across the surface like that. No, that's Rock. That's called interpreting the data in an optimistic manner. Okay. Now, the first question I have, everyone gets to kind of vote on this one. 3 colors. What color does everyone want me to use for waste? And what color do you want me to use for good ore? Okay. Give me a few suggestions here. I'll go pretty quick on this one because that plan there, this is kind of fun to try and do. Clear for both. Red is ore, green is waste. That tends to be my thing too. Although, was it blue? Yeah, I think it was green is waste and blue was low grade.
I would think green for ore because it's green light on bringing it home, and red for waste because it's junk.
Blue is intermediate. Yeah, that's my thought. Okay, I'm going to go with the standard color code that Rock and I are familiar with. Red is ore. All mines use red for ore, says Rock. Blue would be intermediate grade. And green is crap. Okay. Now I'm going to get up. This is approximately 7 feet long from the bottom of the ladder track to this is where the existing decline is. This is wall, that's wall, and roughly 3 feet wide. So, first thing back here, this is that wall rock sitting there. Well, of course, that's green. That's waste, which was pretty unexpected. Then we have wall rock over here. And that's waste also. And by waste, I mean less than 0.05 ounces per ton. If you had a mountain of it, you can make good money heap leaching it. Although with quartz, maybe not, because you'd have to crush the hell out of it. Then we have this black stuff in the back here. Looked a little bit like carbon, moly, something like that. Looks like it might be very well mineralized. It's also waste. Now, this does have silver, but not much. About 1.5 ounces per ton silver. Okay. We have this quartz over here. Also waste, less than 0.05 ounces per ton. Quartz is also very non-porous, so you'd really have to crush this to get out the gold, which would make it even more expensive to process. We got a quartz vein over here. Well, guess what? Crapola. We got some quartz down here. Crapola. Little wall rock there, I'm not sure, but I'm going to call it crapola. And that leaves nothing but the nice brown vein rock. This is where it looks all black and white on screen. Well, I don't know. Let me move it a little closer, see if that'll help. Is that easier to see? I don't really have zoom capability, but I did move it closer. Okay. So it's filling almost the whole screen there. So I guess that's about it. Now, here we have this vein rock. When I was standing there and took the picture, I took the picture right here. And the vein rock at that point has a lot of this stuff in it. This is yellow. It's got these little white specks. A little too much light there. Some brown, not much. It's fairly tough, not real brittle. Has a little fizzing when you give it some hydrochloric acid, but not a whole lot. And does seem to scratch. So I'm guessing what we got here is maybe a remobilized dolomite limestone or something else. Maybe there's some quartz and limestone together there. Top down, rock. So, say this is predominantly what's in this area here. Okay. This kind of colors and porosity is more what you see back in here. You also tend to have more of this just plain yellow without the white spots, and it's softer. Now here's where I'm getting a little bit annoyed. How long from the top to the bottom? 7 feet, rock. I took a sample right in here. 4 buckets. Focused right there. Mined the rest of this out. And then in the back here, I took another sample. And this is what's going to maybe shock you all. Unless I'm using the green. Okay. This vein looks superficially pretty similar in material to here. Not as mineralized. There's kind of a boundary in this area here. Okay. This sample here, which was 2 buckets, it came back crap. Okay. Not just low grade, crap. So somewhere between here and here at the, and that was taken at the 22-foot elevation, goes from good grade ore to crap. My guess is it's right around this zone here. Okay. That's where I think the questions arise. Possibly. Yeah, basically that's the floor map there. Now, what this means is somewhere in here, once you get to that point, everything behind it is crap. I'm mining crap. Well, that's a pretty crappy way of mining if all your mining is crap. So I need to, if possible, move this ladder track forward, just guessing, roughly 2 feet out of the 7. Now that's going to take up a lot of room. It's going to be wasted now, but if it's all waste, better not to break it and move it. It's just a waste of time. So on something good for the blue. Side view, here's the ladder, and here's a complication. Looking down on the top, black? Come on. Gotta have a black somewhere. In order to make room for the carriage, I had to actually carve into the wall a little bit. So the wall actually comes out more like that. And this is too narrow for the carriage. So if I want to take this ladder track, go way up top and start swinging it, and come over here a couple of feet, I'm going to have to take some of this back. And once it gets up about 5 or 6 feet, it's very hard to work. And down here, one of the problems is there's a lot kind of hanging up here. So I need to be very careful how I carve that out so I don't destabilize that. But that's the tentative plan. I won't know exactly what I want to do till I get there. I look it over, I measure some stuff, I decide where I want to put things and minimize the situation here. And I also need to try and see if I can figure out where between here and there this ore peters out. Might be able to get a pretty good idea just plain visually. But if I'm just in this area here, the ore waste ratio gets a heck of a lot better. And that's far superior. Less than a foot. Yep. Might have room to start doing some bolting now. Not unless I make 3-foot bolts and jack legs, which I don't have. If you watch the videos, you'll have a pretty good idea just how narrow that is. It was so annoying right there in this spot here when I was wearing that new helmet with the full visor. Turning around, the visor would hit the opposite wall. We do not know, Rock. One of the problems that I'm dealing with, this is a very small project, very small amount of material. And if you were to do thorough sampling, you'd probably spend more money on assaying than, it was really profitable. So this is one of the reasons Eva is working hard on getting to assaying so that we can do this to some extent ourselves and get answers like, for this spot here, where does it change from ore to waste? Well, I don't know, if you took 6-inch slices and made each one a new sample and did that for 4 feet, well, you'd have 8 samples at $45 each, $360? Something like that. So it gets very, very frustrating not being able to tell by look. Now, this for me is very helpful because now I can just look at it and say, well, if it's not juicy looking, it's crap. Throw it off the dump. That makes that a lot easier than it has been in the past. In terms of vertical, as we go down, the chip samples from the old decline got better, and they were approximately at the grade this is running at about that level. So my assumption is, Rock, that our grade of ore has gone up, but it's only in this area here. And the reason that the grade has suffered in the past is because this stuff back here, I've been throwing in some of this quartz and this and that and the other. And I mean, it's just been hurting me.
You've been making tonnage.
She's not set up to assay just yet. Hopefully we'll have that capability in a couple of weeks, Rock. And yes, that's exactly what we plan to do.
I have everything I need, and I have done a few, but I have not gotten practiced at reduction.
So anyhow,
potential.
Yeah, she's still basically determining the reduction potential and a few other little things and getting the procedure down smoothly. And then we still have to order in some fresh crucibles too, because right now she's just been using used crucibles for, smelting the resin samples and such. And that doesn't work for for ore samples. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, especially as in this area here, these side spots get kind of tough, and so you spend a lot of time taking this crap out. I'm also concerned when I get down, is this going to go back and undercut under the ladder track, where I'd have to either work kind of behind it or come back up, swing it in, and drop it back down. So I'm planning on leaving a bit of a low grade waste buffer zone in front of the ladder track at the moment until I get a better idea as to what I should be mining and processing. Let's say that's make a landing. Well, then, okay, if I have a landing there and then drop down again, you can always pull it later. Yeah, that's what I say, but I prefer to do it as soon as possible. I mean, not have to redo it later. It gets very, very tight working there. I wouldn't want to try and, for example, take out a 2-foot slice. Standing on a 2-foot slice over a 65-degree decline, 150 more feet deep, if it was wider, yeah, not a huge issue. So I'm planning on just kind of making, as you said, a bit of a landing, and then just keep the ladder track going down like this. These lines here were just to illustrate the structure in the far wall there as to where I had problems. This area right here that's in my way, I will not be able to get the carriage down. This wall is nice and vertical and pretty and solid and looks good. That wall there is much uglier. So we shall have to see what we shall see on that. Well, the problem with terracing it, Chris, is how do you haul it? That becomes a little bit more challenging. Say a 2-foot landing is a little bit hard to work on. So I'd like to be a little cautious at first and see. I mean, we're going to advance. Hey, Shaggy, we're going to advance a lot faster over a lot smaller area. And we'll kind of see what happens and play it by ear. But I was pretty surprised that how consistently crap everything was there, because you have different colors of quartz, that black stuff, and I expected to see something, this is 0.02 over here and this is 0.10. It still would be waste to me, but I mean there was nothing over 0.05. Let me see. Well, sorry. There was a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the silver. That's why I'm confused. Okay. Quartz and center, 0.04. Vein by ladder, 0.04. Quartz by wall, 0.08. Quartz by decline, 0.02. Vein by decline, can't tell you, classified. And black by ladder track, 0.04. So you can see, I mean, these are consistently really low grades, with the only one above 0.04 was just this one little seam of quartz right here. I expected to see more variability than that, Ounces per ton. The fire assayer reports in ounces per ton. 0.04 grams. Boy, that would be crappy. No, not really. Rock. we have dumps that run. Apparently, they were segregating because there's a low grade dump outside the portal, and there's apparently a waste dump down the hill. The waste dump, my assay, as I recall, was about a 0.08, and there's 50, 100 tons at least in there. The low grade dump by the portal probably got like 20 tons in it, and it was running more like a 0.3 ounces per ton. So that that could be hauled maybe. We're looking at possibly building a mill. Does the good ore continue to the left in the map view? Good ore continue to the left in the map view. Is this what you mean by the map view, Jeff? This is a cutoff. This is a wall here. Whoa. Hold on, folks. Stability reachieved. This is a wall right here, and no, it does not continue. It's all confined, at least primarily in this channel here.
Well, we don't know what's behind the wall rock.
But yeah, 0.04 is pretty small, but the 0.3, we might be able to haul that. It would be about 2 miles line of sight, maybe 3 by dirt road. We haven't evaluated the quality of the dirt road. Let's see something here. Google Earth Pro. Try loading this. Yes, that's what I want. Launch Earth. Make sure I don't screw up the... Yeah, Rock. 0.3 would be fine. And I'm trying to load Google Earth here so I can at least look at a satellite of the area and get a good idea. Oh, good. I'm already in the area. Okay, there's the road there. I'm heading north along the road. Wow. Oh, okay. And there's the mine. There's the road to the cabin. And now it's getting a little harder to follow it. Oh. It looks like we can just take the road directly past the cabin and wind up in the same spot, little one, instead of heading to the left and going down that steep hill. And wow, there's another road there. Wow, that's some kind of... Wow. That's a big hole in the ground.
Remember that huge one that's at the end of the other road that I wanted to go look at?
Not in particular, little one.
I think the other road may curve around that end of the ridge and come back.
I'm trying to see. Oh, there it goes. There's a road down there. Looks fairly well traveled. So that one, let me guess, that one goes to the other spot on the other side of the ridge? Yep. Yeah, they do come together down the hill there, little one.
Yeah, I thought they did.
Way down the hill. And then we get into a whole bunch of roads down there. That's the main road I'm thinking of. And that should be, no, that's the power lines right there. So it'd be further down. Is that, yeah. Yeah, that's the patented claim. There's a patented claim that the claim owner has. And those roads look quite passable to me. So, to answer your question, Rock, I think those are dumps. Nice bright yellow dumps. Where are they? I'll have to do more study on this, but it looks like, oh, okay, I know where I'm on the wrong side of the ridge. Okay. Got myself located here. Yeah. It should be doable. Let's see, 500 meters. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we could set up a mill at his patented claim and make it work. You know? Have you found out what the black stuff is? No, we have not found out what it is, but we know what it isn't, and that is gold ore. Yeah, I'm not sure, Shaggy. That one we took pictures of, the just touristing around, is in our general vicinity. Nobody's working it. I have no idea how much they'd want. Everything we're recovering, Shaggy, is from the leaching process. There's insignificant coarser gold, you know? And so that's basically where we're at right now. It's interesting, somewhat encouraging, not terribly exciting. I mean, I don't know. They might sell it for that. I have no clue, Shaggy. I'll kind of ask around a little bit. But I was hoping that this was all economic grade. It's not there. It definitely is here. So I'm not sure what's happened. It also, the whole workings are getting a little wider. They're definitely getting taller. Don't know what's going on here. Eva says she's got a good feeling about the back. And the back over the middle decline is the floor and the upper decline. So we could go up there and start back, you know, and start taking bottom again from a higher elevation and get the back here. Yeah, we're in Montana, near Helena. But anyhow, so let's say things are going okay, but not exciting. Eva's holding up okay. I'm holding up okay. We're both working pretty hard. It's getting frustrating now that the hours are operational hours are getting shorter because of the sunlight. And if the weather holds up well, we may be using artificial light in the evening for Eva up top. And
or you could always get me up at dawn, which is when the sun comes over the ridge.
That's very dangerous. I prefer to avoid life-threatening danger. But but anyhow, so it may be that within a month we're actually using some artificial light in the evenings to keep operating because we're just running out of daylight before energy. We have been actually working. No, Eva at dawn is dangerous, John.
Well, notice I qualified. Dawn for me is when the sun comes over the top of the ridge.
Currently about 8:30 in the morning. by the time it comes over the ridge and gets to where she's at. Yeah, the valley we're in is fairly steep sided on the east, and we're right at the bottom of that slope. So, I mean, the sun is halfway down the west slope by like 7:30 in the morning. I've already had breakfast by then and heading up the hill. So far, I've been able to schedule things so that the first couple hours of the operational day, I can get things done effectively without Eva's presence. I really need her there for two operations: hoisting and taking buckets off the bottom of the high line. Aside from that, I can pretty much do it myself, but I cannot do those operations with any kind of efficiency, whatever, without a second person. Need two people for that. And that's an issue when she's not there.
Well, if you have to get me up earlier.
So far, I haven't had to. Like this Saturday, I did a few things and then busted ore. As you stand on the working face, is the left side a natural fault? They're standing here, left side. This is not a natural fault. This is a surface I am forming in the fractured mineralized zone by my digging. So this is not a natural fault line. However, the natural sedimentary layering is very close to that angle and appears to have influence over the ore formation in the fault zone. So it may be that there is an actual interface there that we do want to follow because it has an influence on the ore zone itself, but they do not continue through the mineralized fault zone. At the 40-foot level, you can actually see clearly where things are, and the south wall has moved 5 feet horizontally compared to the north wall. Now, whether they moved like this, or at some angle, I can't tell. But the strata I see in the far wall are displaced 5 feet in an easterly direction from the north wall. And I say that can be done through a diagonal movement or something else too. But this whole zone here is just a mess. I see a lot of zones, hundreds of feet apart. No, inches apart in many cases. This is maybe 3 feet across here. And this zone here is like 4 to 6 inches wide. And this one here is about 6 to 10 inches wide. And this is about 10 to 12 inches wide. This is over a lot of complexity in a very tight area. Very, very annoying. Stuff just changes. When you're actually mining this vein right here, you can sink your bit into one spot, move over 4 inches, sink your bit, go between them, and it hits a hard quartz stringer there. And so it's just a mess. So that's frustrating too. But what it does do, yeah, Doug, exactly. What it does do in mining this, we develop the equipment, the procedures, the techniques, and the knowledge to apply to anything. Yeah. We do not have any idea where this is going. We have an idea, but not what the final result is going to be. Let me do a thing. By the way, let me just write this note again. I'm going to be asking questions about that later. Okay, here's the mountainside. Come on, Keith. Here's the mountainside. Here's the middle decline. Okay. From about here to here, we got good ore in the floor. Right about here is the 40-foot level. Below this, it drops to like less than 0.2. Okay. This is pretty low grade material down here. We have an upper decline up here. And it comes and intercepts the 40-foot level. And ends in the 40-foot level. I have some samples here, but the sheet isn't right here right now, so I can't tell you. But this did not have as good a grade as this that I saw. So we have this zone here. Judging by the mining, it extends above that nominal decline there. The upper part of the upper edge of the decline actually does kind of like this. Okay. So it's clear that we have an ore zone here of some size. We don't know what the upper extents are. Eva's got a good feeling about this area right here. That's what I'm saying. We come here and go down to get to that. But for all we know, this opens out to a whole mountain of ore down there. It's unlikely. Okay. It may just be like this. And that's all there actually is. I can tell you at the 40-foot level that this only extends about 10 feet. Okay? At the 40-foot level, the significant mineralization only extends about 10 feet from the decline. Because there is a tunnel there and you can actually see it. I can tell you this level 50 feet into the near wall, into space on this side, as seen, there ain't crap. The other side, there's the pack rat structure right here, and it was substantially mined for about another, roughly 100 feet over, and it hits the extents of whatever was there. We don't know what may be down here. We don't know what may be down here. And it's quite the puzzle. Selective extraction machinery, that would be me, and a demolition hammer. Rock, we have two different mineralized zones. The one we're currently working is a fault line that's vertical. The sedimentary layers are at 90 degrees and they are perpendicular to the fault line. Kind of like, let's see, like that. Okay. These are the sedimentary layers. This is the fault line that we're currently working. And along these sedimentary layers, about here on that side of the fault line, is the pack rat structure, which was where they mined most of their ore, I bet you. You know? No, not unless we hit another pack rat type structure, Jeff. And so, let's say we have clearly two entirely different structures. They may be associated. The same solutions may have caused both at roughly the same time, or they may have been widely separated in time. The pack rat structure may have been formed millions of years before. Then the perpendicular vein is broken and mineralized. And I don't know how they find these things. One of the things we need to study is what kind of detection can we get to see if we find other such things. Oh, I see what you're saying, Rock. But that's just because this line got erased. There we go. This is control. Okay. Now, again, there may be a spot just below here where in the sedimentary layers we have a replacement vein. Seismic sounding, I don't think would work because it's seismic works good on big things, not so good on things that are a foot wide, 2 foot wide, stuff like that. Geomagnetics, the pack rat structure is like 30% iron. This stuff looks real similar to the pack rat structure. Okay. Guessing this stuff here is at least 10% iron. So a geomagnetic or an induced polarity or something like that might. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Rock. Geomagnetics might be the way to go on this. The rocks are so similar, I don't think surface temperature differences are going to show you anything. The vegetation is sparse enough that the difference in temperature of air coming out of openings is probably not going to reveal anything you couldn't have found just by looking. And I say, if you had a lot of vegetation, yeah, I would think thermal imaging would be a good way to find openings. Hey, Tricky, how's it going?
Hi, Tricky. Say hello to the wife and babies.
Tricky, this is a plan view. I mean, looking down on the section of vein I'm working. It's about 7 feet from here. It's hard to do this. To here, and about 3 feet wide. Everything in green is crap. Red is good ore. And the stuff between the red and the green with the 2 V's in it is unknown. Where does that change from good ore to crap in the back there? But I think Paul said he was going to send me some dowsing rods. We'd be certainly willing to try it out.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Jim says he can douse. There's another couple of openings down the hill that I can investigate. There's some openings up the hill, none of which have reasonably easy, safe access at this point. But they were all mined. So there's this hill has a bunch of holes in it. And so there's other ideas too. I am convinced just statistically there's some decent ore bodies still in that hill that nobody has seen. It's just the way these things happen. The problem is if you can't see it, it's awfully hard to dig it. No problem, Tricky. So that's basically what I'm thinking in the future. We've got continuing exploration on the middle decline. We can explore the floor of the upper decline. We could continue sinking the lower decline along the pack rat structure and see if we hit anything. Okay. To do that, we would have to put in some new ladder track, basically. Not a huge problem. And just start up at the bottom about 50 feet down. So shouldn't be a huge issue if we wanted to do that. Right now there's this much showing running about a half an ounce to the ton. which isn't economic, but who knows? It may get bigger and richer and things like that. So it's clearly there's a structure continuing on down. The pocket that they opened up, if you look at that video from a couple years ago, they moved hundreds of tons out of there. No problem. I mean, it's like 4 feet high. And one section is about 25, 30 feet wide and 40 feet tall. Well, no, about 20 feet tall. The other side is even more material. How much is your ladder track? I think I spent $200 the other day buying enough tubing, with the exception of the rungs, because we get that scrap for free, to make, it would have been 20 feet of ladder track. Steel's pretty pricey right now. Well, it'll also show that iron, I would think. Tricky. That's a good point. You know, don't know how well it would work in the decline with the ladder track installed. I don't know. You have to talk to the guys that actually run those things. You might be able to position it between rungs or something like that and get individual readings. But that's possible. You know, I would imagine that iron or the ore itself is going to show up as something different than the rest of the rock. I could make some adapters and stuff, or I could curve a section of ladder track to do that. Absolutely rock. I'm not going vertical. I'm running, it's about 68 degrees right now. Okay. My idea is what I could do, the ladder track itself is attached every roughly 5 feet to basically cross ties, which are wedged to the walls. So if here's the existing decline surface, and here's the ladder track, and here's the cross ties, what I can do is at the top, just remove the lag screws or take out them one at a time, put longer lag screws in, and then put shims underneath here. When you get to a certain point, you just put either a lot bigger shims or you actually put another cross tie and have another series of cross ties at the new angle. And then just have the ladder track on top of that. That part of the operation is perfectly doable. The question is, this chunk of rock that's sticking out, this wall that's sticking out into the void space, I'm not sure how much work I'm going to have to do. Yeah, Tricky, they do have pretty good penetration. And that's a very good idea. Not sure how much it would take to get somebody out with one. Probably like $5,000 for a day's work would be my guess. They ain't cheap either. What do you think, Rock and Tricky? I say, so this is my basic plan. This is my basic problem right here. And I don't know where I want it to go right here at this point. I need to do some careful examination of this zone here and try and find the transition. Where does it go from good grade ore to crap? in a matter of about 3 feet, because positioning it is going to be important. And so that's my question. You know, you can buy a new one for about $12K. It's not bad. How hard are they to run, Tricky? Is it fairly simple, or somewhere you really need to have some classes and some experience? Just asking here. I have no clue. I know some things are pretty simple and some things are not. Yeah, but rock and placer, you're basically looking for the either interfaces or it depends on various factors, Rock. Sometimes capital expenses are easy to justify to certain thought processes than operating stuff that basically gives you information and is, aside from that's just a sunk cost. So I don't know. Plus, again, you can rent a person too. Besides, if you get a subsurface radar and you can run it pretty easy, then you can rent yourself out too. That's right. I'm a radar whore. I'll do it for the money. But anyhow, say these are the questions. You might also be able to pick one up used sometime for a couple grand. Hard to tell. I have a Leica laser range finding theodolite that I picked up for $200. Nothing like technology changing to make the good old stuff cheap, you know? Yeah, I agree. My brother called me up on the phone. He said he was at a swap meet in El Centro, California. He said, I'm looking at something and it says it's $200 and I think we should buy it. I said, what is it? He says, well, it says Leica on it. And right away I'm like, is it destroyed? You know? And easy one say map 3D if you can, yeah, see the sky for GPS. Do it without GPS, more complicated. Certainly, I would understand that. But yeah, okay. I say yeah, that's a possibility we might use in the future. But yeah, that theodolite was about 30 grand new. But it's way too complicated and expensive and bulky and stuff for your average job site, building site. And newer GPS technology and computer guided stuff, and computer download things means that it's, for less money, you can buy something that's a lot cheaper and more accurate. Well, not necessarily more accurate, but a lot cheaper and faster to use. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tricky. I say, keep your eyes open. Let me know. But yeah, it's one of those things that I can reposition that ladder track. That's not anything more than a bit of work. Getting this rock out of the way, especially if it's 7-8 feet up above where I can work, that poses a little bit more of a problem. And I also need to make sure I don't destabilize stuff when I do that. That's why, again, I got to go down there with a string line and try and figure out, hey, this is where I want this ladder track to go. And then how much rock am I going to have to move to make that happen? And then make a final decision on where I'm actually going to try and move it to. But shouldn't be bad. If we really needed to make something weird out of it, like, then you could bend the pipes and weld the run, and you'd have these bent sections, which you could use somewhere else if you need them later. You know, it's just one of those things that, yeah, it's doable. I just don't know what's the most efficient thing to do. And I'm going to have to get back on the ground and figure that out. So we shall see what we shall see, and go from there. I can also theoretically shift this whole ladder track a little bit towards this wall, which is really straight, and I've got, like this much room. I might shrink that to that much room and give me that much more room on the other wall. There's places where that the carriage is running within 2 inches of the rock, but I figure the rail doesn't move, the rock doesn't move, not going to hit. That should be fine. So that's basically where we're at, and what the rough plan is. I like the idea, as we go down wherever we can, to sample the back. Pretty soon it's going to be kind of far away. So I don't know how well I'll be able to. Hey, Tiberius, how's it going?
Woohoo! Hi.
See, she's still here. She's still doing good.
Miss you.
Everything going well, I presume, Tiberius.
Hi, honey. Miss you.
That's one of her sons.
And by the way, the email you sent that was supposed to have some attachments on it never had any attachments. Hi, Shaggy.
So, anyhow.
And I'm keeping my fingers crossed about that. Manifesting like crazy.
Yeah. Well, so far it's been working for Chris. Forest Hill's still here. And I guess they're starting to get a little bit of rain right now. Check Keith's email.
Okay.
Just a second here.
I'll do it on this computer.
Oh, that's right here, little one.
Oh, okay.
I presume
that one.
There's a new one here. Okay, Eva's reading it right now. But anyhow, so that's kind of the evil plan, and we'll see how it works out. The whole situation is complicated by this really nasty jigsaw puzzle of rock at the bottom that I'm trying to feel my way through without a lot of guidance, which makes it more interesting and challenging, but I would prefer to have a little better guidance. Another thing is, if we were sinking along that upper decline, I would want some method of seeing how far below me is the middle decline workings, whether it's a high precision survey or just drilling some holes down or whatever. But I would really hate to accidentally break through the top of that. And let's see. This is interesting. There's a gentleman in Chile who is doing some stuff down there and is
go back to your actual video.
Wondering if might want to do some videos and this and that.
Glad class is going well, and your cover letter looks great. So does your resume.
But he doesn't speak English, and my Spanish is less than optimal, but I've been getting through okay. And then I always use the Google Translate to double check. So anyhow.
As long as class is going well, I'm glad to hear it.
Mama always thinks about her babies first.
Absolutely.
Even when they're big enough to kick my butt.
Oh, that reminds me. We should show off the cool piece we bought. The 2 cool pieces we bought.
Hey, Chris, are you still there? Chris was interested in seeing this, and I don't know, because I don't see Chris here.
No, but this is my pretty one.
Shh. They're both ours, little one.
No, it comes in a box. It says Acme, and beautiful box. Royal Canadian Mint, colorized, 2 ounces. Over 2 ounces, actually. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, Chris was wanting to see these. Oh, they're pretty cool. And on the back is Queen Elizabeth, which is really popular right now.
And this one is Sylvester and Tweety Bird. I want the Marvin the Martian.
Yep.
I really want the Marvin the Martian. Yeah, Shaggy, they are way fancy.
So, that's basically, we got lots of different things we can check. I'm thinking once we go down along the middle decline, as we cross this large area of good grade that has been determined by chip sampling and get to the far side, I'll be monitoring the wall behind the ladder track. And if the good grade keeps going into that, then what I can do is I'll have to put a couple brackets on the ladder track to keep the wheels from falling off, but I can take it and literally turn it to a vertical if that's what I have to do to follow the ore. It's not technically difficult. Right now, there's no methodology installed on the carriage to keep it stuck to the rails. So when you get over about 70 degrees, it's going to just want to kind of fall off on its own. But that's already planned in terms of I know how to fix that. It's already figured out, so not a big issue. But that's what I gotta do next, is figure out what to do to the bottom of that ladder track and try and figure out where the transition is in here from good grade ore to crap. That's going to be a little tricky without real fast assaying and such. So we shall see. And I will video it all, of course.
He'll video it all, or more to the point, I may video a lot of it with him as the star. We all know how this works, right?
Whatever works.
Uh-huh.
That big base metals mine, that was interesting to look at, and it had a heck of a view from up there. The camera really doesn't do it justice, but that was way cool to be looking way the heck out there, and everything was all pretty. So we just took, I don't know, 45 minutes at the end of the day, and just to go do something fun. So we shall see what we shall see. We're going to have to do a little more exploring past the cabin there to try and figure out where the road is down towards the patented claim.
Yep.
Because once we find good road going the other way, the plan, Shaggy, is to keep going down, because we know there's some ore down there. By taking out the bottom that has ore in the bottom already that we've previously chip sampled, we can go ahead and evaluate that. While I'm thinking about it, by the way, Chris hasn't answered, so I bet you he's not watching. Rock might know the answer to this one, or Tricky. Hantavirus. We got a bunch of pack rat men. The pack rats have been living in that decline for a long time. And so I'm having to remove pack rat midden. I'm wearing a N95 mask and everything. Do they have like a vaccine against hantavirus? Is it safe and effective, unlike certain other things nowadays?
I'm not aware of vaccine.
And how long?
Use a 10% bleach solution to clean it.
Well, the other question is, how long do the virus remain active, basically?
Well, since we still have active pack rats.
In its early stages, hantavirus is a infection is difficult to distinguish from influenza, pneumonia, or other viral conditions. After 4 or 5 days, time from infection to the start of illness is typically 2 to 3 weeks.
Yep.
In the first stage, which can last for several days, most common signs and symptoms of fever and chills, muscle aches or pain, headaches. Some people also experience nausea, stomach pain, vomiting, diarrhea. As the disease progressing can lead to damaged lung tissues, fluid buildup in the lungs, and serious problems with lung and heart function. Signs and symptoms may include cough, difficulty breathing, low blood pressure, irregular heart rate.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
The signs and symptoms can worsen suddenly and may quickly become life-threatening. If you have flu-like symptoms that progressively worsen over a few days, see your healthcare provider. Rodent carriers, that would be us. Deer mouse, most common carrier in the United States, North America and Central America, west of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Rice rat, cotton rat, white-footed mouse, rodent carriers, southern rice rat, and vesper mouse. Present in the rodent's urine, feces, and saliva.
If you can smell them, you're at risk, which is why I told you to wear that mask.
Inhaling virus. The most likely form of transmission, whether they become airborne from disturbed rodent droppings or nesting materials. Yep. Eating food, touching things contaminated, being bitten or scratched. Person to person has only been recorded in South America. Related disease, risk factors. Common sites for exposure to rodent nests. Yeah, got that.
Mm-hmm.
Prevention. Block access. Keep the rodents out. Too late. Close the food buffet. Reduce, set traps. Move rodent friendly. Air out unused spaces. No. Safe cleanup. Wear a mask and rubber or plastic gloves. Spray the nest droppings or dead rodent with a household disinfectant, alcohol, or bleach and water
10%
solution.
bleach. Let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes, according to everything I read on.
Okay, if it's 3 feet thick, how long do you let it sit and how much do you put on? It's not like a little coating here. It's this deep.
You spray it until it's saturated and dripping, then you let the bleach smell go away, and then you turn it and spray it again while you're masking wearing gloves.
Saturated and dripping 3 feet deep, hundreds of gallons. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, I already looked at all this.
Yeah, diagnose treatment. Adequate support, supportive therapy, blood oxygenation, preparing for an appointment. Don't see anything about a vaccine.
Yeah.
That causes secondary problems with carbon monoxide. Yeah, I say soak that. The problem is that literally it's feet thick.
Yeah.
Rock.
Well, what I read about the issue is you're supposed to soak it until everything on top is dripping and the bleach smell clears and it dries, and then you flip it over while wearing masks, gloves, and a coverall and soak the other side. Then you get rid of it.
Yeah. Concentrated nitric acid.
Don't think works on organics, does it?
It could do some interesting stuff.
Just asking for a friend here.
Yeah, it can make things like nitrocellulose. That could get rid of the virus. First, turn all the midden into nitrocellulose, then strike a spark.
Throw a match down the shaft.
Poof.
Homemade explosive.
Yeah, think gun cotton.
Open up large new ore body. Hey, this is a twofer here. That I could get behind this idea.
Set cameras at appropriate distance. Initiate and get video of year.
Tricky sent you an email.
Yes, he sent me an email. Let's see. Inbox. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll check it out when we're done here. Tricky.
Thank you, Tricky.
Thank you.
And do say hi to the wife and kids and hug and kiss everybody, please.
So, anyhow, let's do that one too. They are frozen on my end.
What, the mittens or the pack rats?
Might I suggest going nuclear? You might suggest it. I wouldn't know how to implement it.
Lars, that would make the gold radioactive, and more to the point, it would make the silver that I'm hoping to recover one of these days radioactive too.
Not
I don't care what happens to the yellow shit.
Not if you use gamma.
Okay. How about that hydrazine sulfate we got? Would that be any good for this?
I'm afraid to find out.
Well, it's not technically an explosive.
But anyhow, so yeah, so it'd be interesting to know how long the virus remains transmissible once it's been deposited. That would be an interesting.
If you can smell it, it's transmissible because you have active pack rats. That's what everybody online has said.
I can smell the pack rats on the 40-foot level, not on the stuff that I'm actually working. The stuff I'm working hasn't been active for at least a year. We've been making that's not a bad idea, Rock. So interesting, Tricky. He says there's a handheld ground penetrating radar, 5 meters, good for vertical walls. And the cyanide would work on the pack rats, not the virus.
Don't hurt the pack rats.
But yeah, as I say, it's one of those things that as we go down. Jeff says virus hundreds of years old can still sicken you. That's possible. I say I haven't succumbed yet, and I've been around them numerous times. Dealt with. There's a reason we call it pack rat Penthouse and stuff. But yeah, I'm wondering if they have a vaccine or something like that. It would make sense. Just like if I was dealing with areas with bats, you can get rabies vaccine. Let's see. Let's just try searching for Hantavirus Vaccine. Hantavirus Vaccine. Apparently they do. Hantavirus vaccine is a vaccine that protects in humans against hantavirus infection causing hantavirus hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome or hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The vaccine is considered important and acute hantavirus infections are responsible for significant morbidity and mortality worldwide. It is estimated that about 1.5 million cases and 46,000 deaths occurred in China from 1950 to 2007. The number of cases is estimated at 32,000 in Finland from 2005 to 2010 and 90,000 in Russia from 1996 to 2006. It's estimated about 2 million doses of rodent brain. 2 million doses a year in China. Soul virus, vaccine, not European malaria. Hantavirus. As of 2012, no Hantavirus vaccine has been approved for use in the Europe of USA. A study on human HTNV/PUUV DNA hantavirus vaccine is ongoing. In addition to the Hantavax, 3 more vaccine candidates have been studied in stage 1 and 2 trials. They include a recombinant vaccine and vaccines derived from HTNV and PUUV viruses. However, the prospects are unclear. Sarang strain virus details. Yeah, I'm going to have to talk to a doctor or something. I'm sure there's some place around that knows it.
Probably not a good idea. These days, they'd probably give you something that was tested on 8 mice or something.
Tricky is kiss the babies and wife.
Good.
I understand what you're saying, Rock Butcher. And I agree that'll give the plunge at that spot. I'm not sure how consistently that will extrapolate, but it'll give me a starting point. I understand, Rock. Yeah, we're trying to estimate what angle we want that ladder track to be at. And if I'm not taking too much waste, I'd like to get it just into the waste so that I'm taking all of the ore. I realize that's not going to happen. Either I'm going to be taking a lot of waste at times, or I'm going to be missing some ore at times. But we shall see what we shall see. It also appears, if you look at the video, just below where we're currently working, the workings open up to almost a full 4 feet very consistently. And I'd be very interested to know why they did that. How wide is the track? Inside the rungs themselves, the spacing between the outer rails is 23 inches. So basically just a shade over 2 feet. Okay. The idea was to make a carriage that can carry 2 buckets side by side and 2 buckets deep. Let me put on my little list here. Check hantavirus. For all I know, up here we don't really have any serious hantaviruses. Don't know. That would be nice. Then they go, no, we don't have any hantavirus, but the pack rats around here can carry rabies.
They probably can.
Any mammal can carry rabies. I don't know about birds. I think birds can too, but I know mammals can for
Tetanus
sure.
is worth worrying about because it lives in the soil for decades.
Tetanus, no problem. I've had so many tetanus shots. Tetanus runs from me. It sees me coming and going, no, not him. Yeah, I mean, all these cut off digits and things like that. New tetanus shot each time because I never can remember when the last one was. It's like, what the hell? Probably never get diphtheria either. Or pertussis again. Oh, whooping cough sucks. Trust me, you don't want it. No fun. Okay, Rock. I will try and see. My first problem is finding out exactly where that ore to crap contact is here. Where is this line? I don't know if I'll be able to spot that purely visually. There may be something where I can go, okay, right there, I can see a change, take samples on each side and go, yep, there it is. Not sure, but I like your idea of marking the interface on the wall and then going down and marking it again. I'm going to have to start tearing out some of that rock from now, though. John says there are 4 levels. Montana is in Area 3 with 16 to 50 cases.
Do they say where the cases primarily come from, like deer, mouse, or pack rats, or what?
I don't know. John, did they give an idea what causes the cases here in Montana? Oh, yeah, I'm climbing the ladder too, Jeff, or Rock. Wow, it was Jeff. Okay. Yeah, rodents. She was wondering what kind. Is it like deer mice in houses, or is it pack rats or whatever?
Prairie dogs.
Lauren said, deer mice are the main culprit for hantavirus. I lost a good friend that cleaned an old bunkhouse. Well, Lauren, this is a lot worse than any bunkhouse, I'm sure. So I need to see what we can do. Say if they've got a vaccine, that's fine. I mean, a real traditional vaccine. I'm kind of a traditional guy. Okay, let's see. He sent me an email. Okay. Let's see. Hantavirus is the area. 4 Corners is the worst. Yeah, 833 cases, and as of end of 22, since surveillance began in 1993. These were all laboratory confirmed cases. Map below shows distribution. Yeah, it's basically Western United States. Single year cases by month and cumulative. Characteristics. 62% male, 38 female. Race, 73% white. Ethnicity, median age. Cases of hantavirus infection resulting in death, 35%. Well, that's not good. Yeah, I'll have to see they got a vaccine and get both Eva and me on that one.
You know my luck was strange shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's hard to tell with you. Augie killed a pack rat this morning, huh? In the shop? Yeah, John. That makes it more fun watching the live stream, huh? Yeah, it's on my list to check. That's something to report next week. See what I can find out. Because if they got a vaccine or something, I have good luck with traditional vaccines. Never had a significant negative reaction at all. So check that out. Say it might be something that I can do fairly easily. Yeah, Eva, up at the job site, huh? Okay, Lauren. Yeah, if we go to this narrower shelf we're mining, we're going to need more ladder track fairly soon. Because we'll double the speed of advance, basically. We'll see how it goes. First weekend is going to suck because I've got to do a lot of rearranging and stuff. So I've got at least a day of work. So pushing that one wall back here to get me room for moving the ladder track forward, that could get serious. Oh, Chris is here.
Right there
Where?
by the rocks.
By the rocks.
I'll take it out.
Okay. I don't do the flu vax either.
This is Acme. And it's got this cool,
Go this way.
it's got this cool magnetic thing. And there it is.
Get it closer so he can see it. There we go. Show him the obverse.
You mean the reverse?
Reverse. No problem, Chris.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
And it's got a little magnetic latch for the cover. So when you slide the cover back on the box, it latches. And then in the back, it's probably in the box here somewhere, there's a little slot for holding the authentication papers, which are in the box.
Wait a minute, there's something else in there too.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I'm planning on taking my boating as a good luck piece, but I have such bad luck in boats. I mean, I'm pretty
Well,
darn
that's
sure
just-
I'm going to have a boating accident.
The inside of the box actually has some printing in it. See it?
That's the paperwork. What's in here?
Is that the paperwork?
Nope, that's Bugs Bunny and
That's not paperwork.
that's Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd.
So anyhow,
They are beautiful, though.
yeah, even once the Marvin the Martian ones. Where's the earth-shattering kaboom?
There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Yeah. But anyhow, so yeah, I got to get on that. Another thing coming up, I seem to have an internal engine coolant leak right now. I'm sure it's probably a head gasket or a cracked head. So I'm not sure what to do about that. What I'd really like to do in the long run, which would be like maybe this winter would be great, is change it out for a newer model 350 with roller cams and Vortec heads. Aside from that, I may, if it doesn't last that long, I'll just have to bite the bullet and tear it apart. And unfortunately, Lauren and Jim are very, very busy right now. So this is a really bad time for me to try and take it apart. Anyhow, I see the kitty ears back here.
Hi, everybody. So anyway, you saw the amazing colorized 2-ounce coins, and we all need to have a moment of silence and say rest in peace for the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. I don't care how many haters there are on the internet. The woman did a dang good job as queen for 70 freaking years. And by the way, Charles is an utter and complete asshat. It should be noted that Charles is an unlucky name for British kings. Charles I managed to get himself beheaded by his own people. Charles II ended up with a plague on his hands. Wonder what's going to happen with Charles III. But enough of that. You know, the Illudium Pew 38 space modulator. Someone has stolen the space modulator. An explosive space modulator. Shaggy, he's already put several bottles of strange stuff. Rock Butcher, have you seen old Charlie lately? The dude's going to make a piss poor king. I am sorry, okay? Queen Elizabeth may have been a good queen, but her kids have fallen way short of the mark as to how royals are supposed to act, in yours truly's most unhumble opinion. Being a goddess, I can criticize royals when they act like trailer trash. Harry being a good example of a royal acting like trailer trash. And his father isn't much better. His uncle isn't much better either. Okay? I mean, that's just, yeesh, yuck, ooh, ew. Not a fan of old Charlie. Not happening. Thank goodness I'm not a subject. Though I will say I am divided here because I have a very nice George V coin. I have several different varieties of Elizabeth II busts on coins of various eras, showing how she changed over the years. Now there's going to be a Charles III, and I'm kind of divided as to whether I want one of these puppies. I don't know. Just really ridiculous. Chris, I'm glad your house is looking better, and yes, I told you it was going to rain. People have got to learn to listen to me. At any rate, the world is continuing to be bizarre and ridiculous. So let's take a look at what's going on in mining, which at the moment is not entirely bizarre and ridiculous, but one never knows. Okay? There was an accident. 3 miners die in mudslide at Sierra Meadows Huaricocha mine. 3 miners died at Sierra Vista's Huaricocha mine in Peru after a mudslide, the company said in a securities filing on Monday. Sierra Meadows said the 3 victims were contractors and another worker had been injured. Mining operations have been temporarily suspended as a result and will resume once conditions are considered safe and appropriate, the company said. Huaricocha is an underground mine located in central western Peru in the Yauyos province, approximately 12 kilometers west of the Continental Divide. The mine is at an average altitude of 4,600 meters and has been producing for more than 68 years. It produced 31.8 million pounds of copper and 79.3 million pounds of zinc in 2021. The deaths add renewed attention to mining safety protocols in Latin America. Since July 10th, coal miners were trapped in Mexico and never found, while 2 others died at 2 Chilean mines owned by Codelco. Chilean workers at BHP's Escondida mine narrowly averted a strike over safety concerns last week. This is an ongoing and prevailing problem. There is not much that we can do about it because it isn't happening in our particular countries, but it is an ongoing and prevailing problem. Indonesia lost more tropical forest to mining than anywhere. This is not necessarily a surprise. Colombia is going to require environmental permits for exploration. Also, not a surprise. And you may have noticed there's actually been a little bit of a flutter in prices in the metals markets. Silver, of all things, decided it was going to come up a little bit today. Gold closed at $17.26.70 and silver at $19.57, which is not absolutely terrible, but not amazing. For those who like precious metals, the big deal right now is, of course, getting ones with Elizabeth II on them. They're going for ridiculous premiums online, and many places were sold out. For good reason. I mean, she has been truly a fixture in the world for quite a long time now here. But let's see what Kitco has to say about the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve's rate decision will factor in the August CPI report. Always assuming you actually believe the CPI report. You might find this interesting. Tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics will release the latest inflation report vis-a-vis the CPI index for August 2022. This will be the most recent data the Federal Reserve will have on inflation and therefore be a key component to their decision on the size of the next rate hike during next week's FOMC meeting. Recent comments by Federal Reserve members, including the chairman, have indicated a laser focus on bringing inflation down to acceptable levels. Acceptable levels. The goddess finds 0 to be an acceptable level. Since inflation is theft, it is a stealth tax and it steals your time. It steals your wealth and it steals the wealth of future generations. Therefore, zero would be an acceptable level. But of course, can't have deflationary sound money because that would just be totally not allowed here. Just saying. Chairman Powell, Vice Chair Lyle Brainard, and Federal Governor Christopher Waller, among others, have been resolute on their conviction to do whatever it takes to bring inflation down. On Friday, Fed Governor Christopher Waller indicated he would back another 75 basis point interest rate increase. According to CME's FedWatch tool, there's a 92% probability that the Federal Reserve will raise rates by 75 basis points at next week's Federal Open Market Committee meeting. Inflation continues to run exceedingly hot, peaking in July at 9.1% and in June and 8.5% in July. The vast majority of analysts and economists are forecasting inflationary pressures will continue to decline fractionally in August. Translation: they managed to massage the numbers enough to hide what's actually going on. The U.S. News expects the CPI report for August to decline to 8.8% and possibly as low as 7.9%. Oh, wee! Dow Jones and Bloomberg are also forecasting the CPI for all items is projected to decline by 0.1% month over month, which would take headline CPI by 28% year over year. Government math. According to forecasts, tomorrow's CPI report could reveal a mixed message. There's a unanimous consensus that tomorrow's report will show a decrease in inflationary pressures. All that holistic stuff, However, the core CPI forecast, which strips out energy and food costs, is expected to climb from 5.9 to 6.1% year over year. Now, that is a very interesting thing. The core CPI strips out the volatile food and energy sectors. Speaking of which, our strategic petroleum reserves are now lower than they've been since 1984, just so you know. So if they strip out the most volatile components in here, and the core CPI is still climbing, then the goddess has to wonder about that. Just one of those things, just things. There's also a consensus that lower levels of inflation are unlikely to change the direction of the Federal Reserve next week to raise rates by another 0.75%. Oh, wow. That whole 0.75% thing is just seriously aggressive shit. Totally. According to Bloomberg Economics, the totality of the data the Fed Chair Jerome Powell will follow shows few signs of cooling in the economy and perhaps even some acceleration. Oh, no, of course not. Nonetheless, today we saw both the dollar and yields on U.S. debt instruments soften and the precious metals gain value across the board. As of 5:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, gold futures basis, the most active December COMEX contract, is currently fixed at $1,735.40, which is a net gain of $6.80 on the day, or 0.39%. Silver had the strongest performance among the precious metals. Yes, for once we led gold. About time. Gaining 5.34% or $1, taking the most active September futures contract to $19.77. So, all our precious metals are still on sale, people. This is a good thing. When they're on sale, buy. As a matter of fact, when they're not on sale, buy. They happen to be the only thing around that is worth having at the moment, but there's some interesting things in that regard. It should also be noted that Starbucks has decided that they're not going to accept cash anymore. Starting relatively soon here, you will only be able to pay for your Starbucks with Starbucks rewards points or Apple Pay or Google Pay or some other form of digital pay or a piece of plastic. You will not be able to pay with cash. It should also be noted that when we went to the Verizon store to buy some chargers for my phone, which surprisingly enough have only gone up about 30% in the last 2 years, they only take cash in their cute little ATM type kiosk, and it doesn't give change. Any change that you were due is applied to your next phone bill. Funny how that works, huh? In other related news about cash and people not being able to get a hold of their money, here recently, a retired adult entertainer, a lady that did triple X films, as a matter of fact, of various types, a long, long time ago, had her account frozen by Wells Fargo. Now, get this, apparently, 2 or 3 times a year, she gets a very small royalty payment. We're not talking $10,000, $20,000 checks here. We're talking, a couple of $1,000 hits her bank account, always from the same source, a streaming service online where she gets a very small royalty for things she did well over a decade ago. Now, out of the blue, for no apparent discernible reason, Wells Fargo, where she has banked for a couple of decades, decided to freeze her account. That's a little odd, wouldn't you say, for suspicious transactions. So she gave an interview to some entertainment rag, and I happened to run across it entirely by accident. Somebody brought it to my attention because I'm always on this bandwagon about why normal, sane people do not use banks. And she said in this article, she found it very disconcerting that her bank just could flat out deny her access to her money for any reason, no reason, not even give her a reason. And, it kind of made her feel a little bit insecure. She was so close to understanding the problem here. And she was saying, it's a sad state of affairs how these Christian theocrats and right wingers could prevent a good, honest former sex worker from getting their hands on their legitimately earned money that had been coming from openly verifiable sources for a couple of decades now. Like I said, she almost got it. The problem isn't the Christian theocrats. The problem isn't even, the problem is at least 50%, the idiot Republicans. The problem is Wells Fargo. Not that that should surprise anybody who's got more sense than God gave a doorknob at this point, okay? We also now have Citibank, MasterCard, Visa, and Amex all planning to start using a consumer credit tracking code that will specifically track Second Amendment items that are sold by the tens of millions by all types of industries, including ye old Walmart selling ammunition, every single day. Absolutely legal sales. But for some reason, our major credit card companies have now decided that for the good of everybody and for no discernible reason that they were willing to make public, that they're going to start specifically tracking where Second Amendment sales are happening. Ooh. Whether it's your ammo at Walmart, or it's your pistol at your local gun shop, or it's something else that you bought with a credit card at your local gun shop. They're going to start tracking this. And at the same time, we have the United States Postal Service, making little random scary noises about restricting the kind of things you can mail, even though mail is a constitutional imperative here. And we have UPS saying once again that they're going to further restrict the mailing of Second Amendment related and adjacent items by thoroughly legitimate legal businesses. The goddess is not amused by this at all, by the way. Now, the goddess has more than enough problems with the United States Parcel Service. Since this is one of those very, very few things on the list of things Congress is supposed to handle that has been abysmally fucked up for a zillion decades now, we are now seeing a rise in USPS packages being stolen by mail carriers, by the way, which is why a lot of the precious metal companies don't mark their packages as coming from a precious metal company now. We're seeing the Postal Service lowering their hiring standards to the point where they will take anybody who can count to 3 on one hand, or, can count above 10 without taking their shoes off, and may or may not have a criminal record. You never know with the Postal Service. And now UPS, one of our civilian options for actually mailing something and hoping it will get to you, is like FedEx saying, well, we want your business unless you want to mail item A or item B, in which case we don't want your business. This is an interesting step in the newest assault on constitutional rights and liberties. So the goddess shall be following it with interest and more than a little annoyance.
Sorry, Jordan. Hard rock mining. It's close.
Hard rock mining. This part of it, by the way, Jordan, is the tinfoil hat report, which is about everything that impacts mining and precious metals, like the mail issue. Yep. Exactly, Kodak. And they're going to be doing more. FedEx has also put some things on. Now, a lot of the problems that we're seeing in mail and in tracking from credit card companies are also going to impact those of us who buy precious metals, especially people who still buy precious metals online. The goddess, as you all know, buys nothing like that online. Not at all. Because, I like my privacy. But we already have theft of precious metals in FedEx packages, in UPS packages, going up sharply over the last couple of years. Theft of United States Parcel Service packages going up sharply over the last couple of years. And, of course, when you use that lovely piece of plastic, unless you buy one of the preloadable burn kind, or you use your crypto wallet on any of these websites, you're leaving a nice wide paper trail as well. And with 87,000 new IRS agents in the offing, that probably is not the brightest idea here. Now, of course, the goddess is the first to admit you'll usually get the best premiums online. And right now, there's a whole lot of great sales out there. This past week alone, I have seen Scottsdale running flash sales, TD and SD bullions running flash sales, AppMix silver selling on the Walmart.com website has been flying out the doors because AppMix silver is cheaper on Walmart than it is on AppMix. Go figure. And, if you are bargain shopping, that is the way to do it. But right now, if you can afford to pay for privacy for things like your Second Amendment purchases and your sound money purchases, it's probably a good idea to start doing so. It's also probably a good idea to start stocking your freezer because the food situation is looking a little weird. We're going to digress here Because apparently the push is now on over in Europe to eat Z-bugs in the dark while you're freezing to death, as we all know. They're quite proud now in some places in Europe and pointing out that they will now be including insects randomly here and there as ingredients in prepared foods in your child's school lunch. But also as a side thing that the kids will actually know about, which is probably the best way to do it, because I think you might possibly could be allergic to cricket. I don't know. Maybe you can't be allergic to crickets, but I would think you could. Should also be noted that a couple of pasta companies have now come out with low-carb, high-protein pastas that are part cricket flour. And the goddess actually wants to try cricket flour, just not in that particular form. Just to try it because it looks pretty interesting. Voluntarily, as opposed to being mandated by anyone. And it turns out that crazy internet story that said that some town over there in Holland was going to ban meat commercials was actually not the Babylon Bee or the Onion. Yeah, they're actually going to ban meat commercials. And when you put that together with Burger King in Germany, apparently now calling their plant-based burger their default option, as in, if you don't specify you want a meat patty at a Burger King, you're going to get the Frankenfood. This is beginning to pick up a little steam. The goddess, quite frankly, is befuddled because when you actually do some math and pay attention to some actual science, this whole plan of killing off cows because the farts are destroying the atmosphere is probably a bad idea. And I'm sorry. The goddess has no objection to trying an occasional bug just because, especially if I'm offered one and I don't have any other choice. I have to be polite in the matter. But the goddess is not going to stand for having bugs mandated. Yeah, that's just ridiculous, And yes, Soylent Green is people. I remember that one. Jeff, yeah. Lobster is an insect. Kind of, sort of. I don't eat lobster. So.
Arthropod.
Yeah. I don't eat lobsters. And yes, Shaggy. No money, cards, and machines is really gross. Okay? Because that also means no privacy and your time can be stolen at will.
Illinois, no incarceration.
Oh, and apparently Illinois in January is planning to pass a bill that's...
it's already passed.
Well, it passed, but it's going into effect in January that effectively decriminalizes a whole bunch of stuff in the sense that there will be no bail or incarceration for crimes up to second-degree murder. But, that's just a little minor thing. It's not like it's anything important. After all, I doubt there are that many sane people who will be living in Illinois now that this bill is passed. Anyway, bye. Buy silver and gold.
Anyhow.
Lots of it.
Let's see. Hey, Jordan. I don't know if you're still here, but I hope you found it interesting if you are. Oh.
Well, you thought you were a rock star, Bear.
Oh, different kind of rocks.
You should be flattered. Somebody thought you were an aging rock star.
He's still here. Yay, we must have done something right to keep a music guy here.
Whoa, speaking of music guys. Dude, Gibson or Fender, please let me know what you think. I personally, it depends on who's playing. I like David Gilmour. Okay.
We're a little different here, Jordan. He's got one of each.
One of each? OMG, OMG, OMG. One of each. OMG. What's your style, dude?
Not a real Gibson, though. uh,
Well,
a
personally,
Gibson knockoff.
I actually like classic rock. I like a lot of psychedelic. I love Pink Floyd, old Pink Floyd. David Gilmour's all right, but he kind of lost some of his inspiration once the band split up. Now, Slash. I keep telling him he never recognizes Slash when we're listening to Guns N' Roses. I'm like, how can you not recognize that style? Really?
I don't know. I tear up rock for a living. I do like mostly easy listening rock and stuff like that. Jeff, have I noticed auto batteries are now running about $200? No. Last time I bought one, it was about 100, which is more than the previous time when it was about 60.
Yeah, that's about right.
So
tires have gone way up too, by the way.
Tires. Last time we got tires for that trailer, what, about $189 each or some god awful thing like that? Yeah. Just trailer tires.
Don't even try to find good socks, okay? Planned obsolescence has hit the underwear world.
Buy lithium. I don't know how well that works at 20 below zero, John. Just have no idea. But anyhow.
Well, electric cars tend to die at our temperatures.
Jordan says 70s progressive is his favorite.
Cool.
But anyhow. Yeah, Jordan, this is a map of the vein I'm currently working. And the various rock types and such. If you look at some earlier, like 1 or 2 videos ago, you'll see what I'm actually doing. Well, what we're doing. She's running the hoist and offloading the high line at the bottom of the hill as I send down the buckets.
Oh, and by the way, today's finds included a Gadsden flag Boston Tea Party round. Pretty cool, huh?
That's right.
And reserve rounds from Scottsdale Mint.
And reserve round from Scottsdale Mint. Okay.
It's got micro engraving. Really cool shit.
What's the matter, Smoking? We're doing okay here. Chris is worrying about his house burning up in the mosquito fire.
But at least it started
Jim
raining.
is still on the hill building a building for the mine they're putting together up there. Lauren was back for the night. He had a little job to do for a regular customer and then heading back up on the mountain tomorrow morning, I guess. So what's up with you, Smoking? Yeah, Jordan, it's a small group here, typically about 20 people. And
we also
most of us have not met each other.
Prospecting and gold nugget hunting.
Yeah, if you have any questions about gold prospecting or gold mining, hard rock, placer, whatever, pop off with them. It always starts a good discussion.
We talk music too.
She talks music. I'm sure we can get distracted. These things happen too from time to time.
Now that's a nice meme.
Oh dear, Smoking. That is not good at all.
What happened?
He said he's been put on home care instead of a nursing home. Now talking about a pain pump in your spine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
Smoking,
not good.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, those spinal issues are just notoriously difficult to deal with.
Here's an interesting meme going around.
What? Little one?
The fact that there's a highway to hell and only a stairway to heaven says a lot about anticipated traffic numbers.
That's pretty good. Actually, I found out the other week, I guess was it School of Rockers, that guy? Scotty says, hello, Keith and Eva, that the highway to hell thing was actually about doing music on the road. That was the highway to hell, not anything metaphysical involved here. But yeah.
That School of Rock is really cool. Excellent channel.
That is entirely possible, Shaggy. depending upon what you want to do with it, if you're just looking for a place to sit, build a house or whatever, then yeah, that's a serious consideration. If you're looking for an actual mine, then there's a lot of other considerations you need to put in there. But yeah, it ain't cheap to get patented ground, not at all. Um, so I have no idea. You'd have to look at a particular thing, but there is lots of patented claims around here. Um, so theoretically, there's lots of opportunities. But yeah, the prices here, we got people coming in from the left coast. We're being invaded, and it's really tough to find housing and such. I don't expect that to get any better as the left coast gets worse. Yeah. Um, they don't seem intent on fixing their problems. So more and more people are just going to do the simple thing and run away from them, would be my guess. Nice rock. Real nice. Get the opportunity in there. Anyhow, so I say we're getting a lot more guidance, but we still have some questions to answer. Hey, Gold Pan Dan, that's kind of a map of my the vein we're working now, staring down at it as you're standing on top of it, and the green is crap. So we've got a section of good grade and stuff between good grade and bad grade that we're not sure what the vein's doing, but luckily the good grade is pretty wide. It's also easy to dig. So probably going to change the position of the ladder track a bit so we're not mining as much waste in the back of the whole thing here, this area right here. Well, Shaggy, I'm sure it could be arranged for sufficient remuneration. Oh, Gold Pen. Harsh. That hurts, but only half as much as it used to. He said either that or the lost nut hiding at the top.
Good one.
Let's say it hurts, but only half as much as you used to.
I keep telling him if he took it off, he'd be pain free.
Yeah. I'm afraid she'll volunteer. Oh, yeah, Chris, and it wasn't you. That was a good one, Dan. Nice one, right out of the blue. Smack back of the head with the 2x4. That's always the most effective attack, from behind with violence.
Well, you see, since he's been shooting blanks for decades, at least if we ever need protein, we still have one testicle left.
Yeah, Jordan, if you're still here, I had a little health issue a couple months ago and had to have a testicle removed. There's just no end of testicle jokes since then. We have a good time with it. Oh.
Well, you got to have a good time with something.
Rocky Mountain oyster. Yeah. Again, Jordan, we're just friends around here shooting the breeze in many cases. Yeah. Oh, automatic emoji. I just took it as laughing really hard. 2 is a luxury, 1 is a necessity. I don't know. At my age, I think they can give me testosterone shots needed for health. But the ones in the head don't count, Shaggy. Yep. No, Kodak. I'm a little more cautious about my aim than that. Smoking says a custom plate for truck, 1 nut.
I'm get him one testicle to hang off the hitch.
Yeah.
A big brass one.
Sounds good, Jordan. But anyhow, so we did get some good solution. Not this. Well, there's a batch in the tank right now, and the tank before that was about normal. But the tank before that was the highest solution value by far of this season. So that's a good thing. Mr. Tangerine, all juice and no seeds. Whoa. Anyhow, it's getting YouTube risky now. But anyhow, so she wants to put one testicle on my hitch, one of those big pull things. Have to get a saw, I guess, and cut one off. Well, that's appropriate. Anyhow,
You gotta admit it would look cool.
I say the solution grade was pretty good, and so we'll see if we can't get that back up and keep it up and see what happens to the resin adsorption. We're at the 23-foot level right now, Jeff. We still got, another 15 feet or 20 feet to the 40-foot level. And we got the best chip samples were down just below the 40-foot level for about the next 40 feet. So, we got good stuff ahead of us. How are your bits holding up? Haven't had to blast since the last video I put up on it, but I can resharpen them now pretty easy, and getting, if you average it over the number of bits, and it's about 3 to 4 inches per bit before it's completely worn out and needs resharpening. How far down will you go? Somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 feet is the plan. At that point, depending upon whether or not the ore continues straight down while the decline continues over, we may backtrack, or we may change the angle of the ladder track. Yeah, the hammer bits. You're talking about the drill bits, I believe, right? Yep. About 3 to 4 inches per bit before it's worn down to where it needs resharpening. Resharpening takes about a minute by hand, not too hard. Say we may, depending upon what the ore zone does, if basically it starts going straight down on the near side, we just may bend that ladder track to vertical and just follow it straight down. The Hilty ones, they're lasting quite a while, ever since I found out I don't need to replace it when the chisel edge is worn out. Just continue going and it'll keep sharpening itself. Yeah. And let's see. Okay. Just trying to keep track of who's saying what. So we may wind up going straight down at that point. I don't know. But that's, say, one of those situations. We'll play it as we go. We may go all the way down till we run out of ore, then back up, and then make the turn and come down on the next slice. I have no idea at this point. And So we got to follow the order. Now, people like Rock there, the big companies, they do all this drilling. They do millions and millions of dollars of drilling and analysis and three-dimensional modeling and assays and metallurgical testing and everything else, so that when they get into it, they've got a pretty good idea exactly what they're going to be dealing with. But with the budget I'm on and all the constraints, that's just not the way we can do it. So we're doing it pretty much like, what a mom and pop operation or a single prospector without a big budget would do it, which allows us to, develop equipment and techniques and show them that would be useful to, say, the average mom and pop scale prospector, which is fine for me. That's kind of the scale I'm interested in. Now, I'd like to have a vein 6 feet wide, 3 ounces per ton, gravity extractable, We don't know, Paul, about heating the solution, although we will get an idea because we are now taking the temperature and we'll be able to correlate that to some extent. Those with three-quarter horsepower pumps running in the solution, it gains how many degrees in a day, little one?
Anywhere from 7 to 12.
She says from 7 to 12 degrees
Celsius.
centigrade in one day. And so they're essentially heaters. But as the temperature cools off again, we can see how the solution grades go compared to the head grades and stuff. Hey, Patrick, how's it going? I think for me and Eva, it's the geezer and the goddess. I think that's pretty much what she wants to do here. Glad things are going good for you. We're having a generally a good time up here. It's very interesting, and got some, I say it's a very interesting project, a lot of work, but so far the bodies are holding up to it, if modestly at times. So we're having fun, and say it's interesting. It really is. So I do like solving problems, and it keeps sending me more problems. So it would be nice if they would solve a little more rapidly and easily at times, especially the damn engine in the truck. That's getting annoying at this point. Say, I don't know which head it is. It should be easy to figure. I just got to pull the plugs and see which one's got a cleaner plug or two on it. The submersible electric pumps in the Leech tank are essentially heaters. You run 3/4 of a horsepower of electrical energy through a motor, it generates heat. That heat is removed by being submerged in the solution, and therefore the solution goes, let's say 10, 20 degrees Fahrenheit in 8 hours of pumping. You can see it. And as such, it does heat, and we'll see what happens. I need to start really checking the temperatures, because right now the filter housings are all just sitting outside, in place. And in the not too distant future, I'm going to have to start bringing them in so that they can't freeze. That would be highly undesirable. But as it cools off, we'll have temperature data to kind of correlate against some stuff. I don't know why 2 batches ago the solution grade was so much higher than everything else when the ore grades have been fairly consistent. It could have just been due to my rock selection in that particular week. I did a much better job. Or it could be something about the Leech solution. And I did notice something about the concentration of Eco Goldex in solution that was different on that batch. And that is that at the end of the leaching cycle, the Eco Goldex was not consumed at the rate that it was in virtually all the others. I don't know what that means, because there's all kinds of possibilities. Okay, I'll have to look at that later, John. I say it's just a matter. I'm not too worried about figuring out what happened. I'm a lot more worried about trying to fix it. Because again, with Lauren and Jim working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, I really don't have anyone to help me fix it. So I'll go from there. Hey, Jordan, thanks for stopping by. Every Monday at 6 o'clock Montana time, we get together and shoot the beer. Does Goldex leach more than gold? Yes. It also leaches silver and platinum groups, supposedly. I'm sure it dissolves other stuff. For example, there is some iron in the solution.
Copper.
Did you adjust the pH over 24 hours when you did your bottle roll tests? Not to my recollection. I just put it in there at a certain pH, ran the bottle roll, and 24 hours later took out the sample. I didn't do any adjusting in the 24-hour bottle roll tests. However, because we're basically on a 1 week cycle, going, mining, getting the material, bringing it back, dumping the tank, reloading the tank, and we only got a day or two before it's time to head out in the field again, the actual leach cycle is about 7 days. Of that leach cycle, only 1 or 2 days will have a lot of agitation. The rest of it is mainly just sitting there. Like if I go out to the mine, well, for example, Thursday I went out to pick up the trailer and stuff. First thing I did, I started up the generator, started up the pumps in the tank, did everything I needed to do, and then a little less than an hour later shut it down. You know? What the finishing pH was in the bottle roll. As it seems to me, it dropped just a little bit, but I started between 10, 10.5. The Eco Goldex has some pH increase as it is. So I tried to hit about 10.5. And as I recall, it was down still above 10 at the end of the bottle roll, like 10 1/4.
I can tell you where
something
our
like
tanks
that.
usually end up.
Yeah, nothing close to 8. What do they usually end up, Lula?
Our tanks usually end up between 9 1/4 and 9 1/2.
Eva says that our tanks end up between 9 1/4 and 9 1/2. Okay. So, what's the application here, Tricky? What does it mean? Is this a good thing, a bad thing as far as you're concerned? Why? Can you give us any more details? And as I say, I'm wondering if the one where it showed the really good assay on the solution, he's starting with 10.95 and ending with around 8.5. You got sulfides in there, Tricky? I've got dolomite and such. And therefore, it's a little bit buffered. You're having leaching problems. Yeah, if it gets down below 8.5, I really don't know. I don't know if Chris is still here or not. I know that if it was cyanide solution, once you get down, below 9 1/2, it really starts breaking down quickly. Is there a bubbling, foaming action from Goldex to know if you need more, like acids dissolving? No. There's no visible reaction that you can see, although the solution tends to change color a bit to kind of a, what would you call that, yellowish brown?
Yeah.
Okay. But the way we determine the amount of Eco Goldex is through a titration process, wherein you put an indicator in it. In this case, fluorescein dye, I think, is what we're using. And then we use a known concentration of silver nitrate to basically react with the Eco Goldex until it's gone. And then the fluorescein dye changes the color of the solution from yellow to pink. And by, what the size of the sample you're testing, 10 milliliters, the concentration of silver nitrate in the titration solution. Rhodonine? Okay. Sorry, rhodonine, not fluorescein. But as the silver nitrate consumes it, you know how much silver nitrate is being consumed at the same time as you titrate it by drop, 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 drop. And then when you see the reaction change, you stop the flow of the silver nitrate and read off the amount that was consumed. And that tells you how much Eco Goldex is currently active in solution. Or at least that's what the manufacturer says. I'm not sure exactly what component of the Eco Goldex it's measuring. I'm kind of guessing the ferrocyanide complexes, because very similar to what we used to do with cyanide solution. So I'm not sure what's happening there, but it's a very simple process, and that tells us how much Eco Goldex is in there. The other major parameter is the pH. That you just use a pH meter. How does the quantity of gold in the tank affect the amount of gold in the pregnant solution? Would Leech solution grab as much as it can, just get through finding the gold sooner? As far as I know, to within certain parameters, it's going to dissolve all the gold that's there. And the more gold you put in it, the higher the concentration in the solution. You can also increase the concentration in solution by using less solution to crushed ore ratio, but that will slow down the process. It won't dissolve quite as fast. And that's, the trade-off we're using. We should have plenty of time to do the dissolution of the stuff that's able to be dissolved in that time. We are getting very small quantities of coarser gold. And for those of you placer guys out there, by coarser, I mean 150 to 100 mesh gold. Sometimes a little bit bigger than that, but that's about it. And the 150 mesh gold will dissolve in stagnant solution on a bench top in about 10 days, okay, with the Eco Goldex solution. So we figure that little bit of coarse gold that we haven't dissolved yet will probably dissolve when it's out on the leach pad, getting flushed again and again with each batch that goes put on top of it. And Tricky says it is monitoring the free cyanide from the cyanate in the leach. Sounds about right to me. The resin removes the gold from the Eco Goldex solution, correct. And then we just take the, oh, that felt funny.
Oh, are you about to break another chair?
You like it.
Dude.
Yeah, something happened. Oh dear. Just too much weight.
Now you're going to have to fix it. That's a good chair.
And then you just recycle the solution. Are you doing intermittent agitation or continuous? Intermittent. When we're there, we're running the agitation pumps. As a general rule, we'd say get there Tuesday afternoon, like tomorrow afternoon, drain the tank, refill the tank with solution, and try and refill it with ore too, but we may run out of time before it's completely refilled. All of which time it's being refilled, it's being agitated. And probably Wednesday morning we'll go back, finish that job, and then it'll keep agitating while Eva's working in the lab and I'm out there crushing the ore we hauled this week. And so it's getting like 2 or 3 days at about 8 hours a day agitation, and then a couple of short agitations in between if we're in town. But that's about it. Do you have those pucks in May? You could show them the difference in color between the lower and higher grades. We have them at the lab, not here. Rock suggests, you could show people the different grade of resin. Oh. This is loaded resin. This is pretty well loaded, and it's kind of hard to see. Let's see if I can do something here. No, can't see it through there. It's actually kind of a red color. No, that's just way too much white. But it's actually a red color. You might could see it more at the top there where it's thinner. But it comes from the factory a very light tan. I picked up some entering sieves this way. They're tin and in a trough shape. That's weird. Tin. Put a piece of paper behind it. We can give it a try.
Think like ruby or garnet color when it's loaded.
Yeah, it looks like little pieces of garnets. what it looks like. Ooh, let's try this. Let's take a flashlight against a piece of paper. Well, still way too bright. Yep. Oh well. I tried. I failed. Nothing new. Eva can tell you. Pour on a plate. Yeah, except I don't have any way to show you with my camera. The gold X in the pad tailings pond, does that continually circulate or just in and out when new charge ore is put in a tank? We get, they're beads and they're like affected a lot by static electricity too. Let's see, where's my, there it is. Show you the circuit here. We have an agitation tank, and we have ore and solution. And we agitate it there for several days. Then it pours out onto a pad. I'm going to do a side view on this one, just so it makes more sense. Okay, so we pour it onto this pad here, and the solids settle to the bottom. This has a sand bed and some drain pipes and stuff. And the solution runs into this pregnant pond here. This is where the gold is. From the pregnant pond, it goes through the resin cartridges. To the bearing tank. And then from there, it's pumped back into the agitation tank. The chemicals are adjusted to get you the good starting concentration. Then you start the process. Every day while we're processing, Eva will test the pH, temperature, and EcoGold-X concentration in the solution and adjust the chemicals as needed. Like I say, then when we dump it, pregnant, comes back through the resin cartridges to the bearing tanks where it's just held until we need it again to restock the solution. That way we're not having to dispose of a lot of solution or anything like that. Yeah, I think you'd pretty much have to vacuum them to get them. Okay. Okay, Dan. Good night. Now, Tricky Dicky says that the new resin he's trying stays the same color.
Huh.
Are you sure it's loading? Just a question. The color may not be the gold. The color may be like iron. I really don't know. Still have a lot of research to do to figure out what's really going on in any detail. So, but that's the basic process there. It's fairly simple, fairly standard. And yeah, there must have been a weld. Kind of a tab or a weld.
Well, you need to fix it because that's a good chair.
Yeah, good luck on that one. Wow, I'd have to grind that down to metal and do a quick weld on that. Something I should be able to do. Okay, you tested with known pregnant solution, but did you test the outgoing solution to see if it was barren? It may be doing nothing. How much do I know about blossom rocks? Well, actually, crap. Need my Tums. Actually, I don't know anything about blossom rocks. No, the 3 submersible pumps just agitate the tank. They're just hanging in this tank and jetting down toward the bottom. There's a piece of pipe hanging on each one, jetting down the bottom, stirring everything up. That's all they do. Huh. Interesting, Tricky. Maybe much more selective. So, yeah, the solution is just staying in the agitation tank right here with the ore the whole time until it's had a chance to leach, then goes out on the pad for solid liquid separation. What kind of liquid are you using, John? And I know that a friend of mine in Central America, they're using zinc strips to recover the gold from the EcoGold-X solution too. They're just cementing it on zinc strips. Yeah. Check it out, Tricky. That would be cool. Tricky says it's a gold-only weak anion resin and apparently much easier to get the gold out of. We will see. And Kodak says Aqua Regia. Yeah, and then with Aqua Regia, you can use sulfur dioxide or sodium metabisulfite to precipitate the gold. Absolutely, that'll work. It doesn't work at the concentrations of our leaching solution. It's just way too dilute. That's right, Tricky. And. But again, once you've solved a problem, you solve the problem, Tricky. And that's kind of what we're doing here, because unfortunately, I don't think the manufacturers have really solved the problems real well. I think they got something that works, but they don't have a complete system to get it from ore to gold, which is what you got to do to get paid. Certainly, Paul. And make sure to include the link to the guy's instructions on how to use them. I mean, just write it down. Do you have my P.O. box, Paul? I have no idea, Rock. I know Jim's up in the hills, but that's all I know. Yeah, Kodak. It can be purple. It can be brown. All kinds of things. Okay, yeah, go ahead and send it, Paul. We appreciate it. Yeah, that'd be cool. He was really looking forward to it. I'm not terribly optimistic about me. Her, I don't put anything past her.
Oh, come on.
She might be good at this. I have no clue. But yeah, include instructions, as say a link or whatever. Jeff, we're running about 4 to 10 minutes total contact time through all the cartridges. Kind of depends on how fast the solution's moving, because there's some fabric, kind of felt type filters that keep the resin beads in the cartridges, and those plug up with silt, so it'll slow down. Well, that's good, Tricky. Yeah, find me some good stuff, and I will be very, very happy. I will be in your debt. So, yeah, Jeff Bybee, let's say 4 to 10 minutes contact time. Pretty much, Lars. How bad a rain did you get today? Was it as nasty as that last storm, or did it mellow out a little bit? Hopefully you sent some up to Chris. They could use a pretty good shot up there. So, yeah, that's nice to get good support. The Eco Goldex guys don't seem to be real good in terms of support either, in my opinion. I think he's sincere, but he really doesn't know. Is there an indicator for how long it takes for the beads to absorb all the gold? No, Kodak. However, we do have a very simple and inexpensive test that'll give us a good idea relatively how much gold is in the solutions. And so we take a sample before it starts going into the resin and after each resin cartridge, and do this test on each one, and we can get a good idea when a cartridge is not absorbing much more gold anymore. Okay. Hey, and his name, how's it going? And so that's what we're using for that. The particular test costs about a penny per sample. It does take a little while because we have to put is half a mil of solution, right?
Half a mil of solution. It usually takes about at least 8 hours before you see it.
Depends on how fast you dry it out. If you put it with a fan, it would dry out a lot faster. But start a half a mil of solution, 1 drop of indicator in the well of a what they call a spot plate, a ceramic spot plate, and let it dry. Once they're dry, you can compare them. Eva says it normally takes about 8 hours just sitting on the shelf, but if you used a fan, it would go a lot quicker.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference in color change in about 8 hours. It's just not final.
Yeah. This will mine with Lars, 1/2 inch. It's not as bad as the last time. I hope it didn't wash too much more crap into the mine there. Did you try the hydrazine sulfate as an indicator yet? Nope. Take care, Rock. Don't overstress anything. Oh, no problem in his name. We're having a good time. According to Tricky Dicky, the hydrazine sulfate will indicate wet, no need to dry. And what concentration of hydrazine sulfate in water, Tricky? Pen? That'll work. No, Dow and DuPont is not behind Gold. Goldex is Chinese. Dow and DuPont make ion exchange resins. And that's what he was talking about. I don't know about everyone else. We're doing pretty good over here. Chris Georgie's, twiddling his thumbs, waiting to see if his house is going to burn up with the fire over there. Jim's up on the mountain building a building. And I say Lauren's was helping him last week and had to come into town for a regular customer job, and then he's going to be heading back tomorrow as far as I know. Not in water. Put a very small amount of powder directly in your test liquid, 1/2 pinch. Okay? You want to try that, little one? Hydrazine indicator.
Just drop it right in the Eco Goldex?
Yeah. About how big a test liquid? We're using a 1/2 mil. Would you need more than that? And his name says, "Hello, ma'am." Now, just looking at me, I think he's talking to you, little one.
Hi, in his name.
So, well, you can get all kinds of a pinch size there. Well, one thing you could also do is take like a thin inert rod, like a piece of plastic, like a plastic toothpick. But I use 10 drops from a pipette, so about 1/2 mil. Okay. Then you could probably just take a damp toothpick sort of thing and get some hydrazine sulfate and touch it in there and stir it up would be my thought. Interesting. Let's give that a shot tomorrow, little one.
Give it a shot.
Yep. Okay, we'll give it a shot, Tricky. Cool, Paul. And I say just make sure you write, the name of the video or whatever so I can find it.
Dowsing rods, yes.
Hey, in his name, do you watch my regular videos too? And did you see the ones I put up this week? Because that's kind of what that's all about. Thank you, Tricky.
Thank you, Tricky.
And I say, in his name, did you see the videos I put up this week? because I could explain that a lot easier if you have. Specifically, a close look at a complex vein, because that's the complex vein, but I got assays now. It's interesting how long it takes to get a response. It's kind of strange. I've also noticed that we now have 20 people watching, whereas during like the first half of the program, it was more like 10 to 15. Interesting how people come and go all evening. In his name, no response. Can't tell. Yeah, Tricky, you're being very helpful here, and I say hopefully we can find out something good. If that resin works real well, find out how I can get it here. 6 o'clock Montana time in his name. That would be Mountain. Right now, I presume Mountain Daylight Time. Your notification never came, huh?
Yeah, that's YouTube.
Yeah, that's YouTube. Yeah, say if it works, let me know how I can get it. And in his name says all the time. I presume that means same thing happens to him. Yep, 6 o'clock. And it's, well, in his name, ask questions. Okay. It's I start at 6 p.m. Montana time. And sometimes it's daylight and not daylight, but that's it. Yeah, it's similar. It's easier than that in his name. But if you have particular questions about particular phases of the operation or things in general or whatever, it's just ask, and we can give you a quick little synopsis or whatever. Because while you're watching there and being confused, there's probably somebody else that's watching and being confused too. There's always people lurking. Heck, we had a guy that thought this was a music channel come in this evening, and he hung around for a half hour to an hour or something like that. And it's so that's what we do here, is try and teach and share information. The more experienced guys are talking back and forth at this level up here, and the less experienced guys are watching it from this level down here and picking up some. But there's going to be there's going to be things that go right past you. Don't be afraid to ask, because none of these principles, until you get into detailed chemistry, are very complicated at all. And things like oxidation states and stuff like that don't really matter to the person just following the rules. I mean, you don't need to be an automotive engineer to drive a car. You don't even need to be a mechanic to drive a car, once you know how to drive the car. We're kind of inventing the car and inventing the driving procedures as we go along. So we're operating, or trying to operate, at this level up here, where most of the people are down at this level down here, which is fine. I mean, we're happy to share information, and sometimes a question from somebody who has no idea what's going on will go, wait a minute, that's new. Eva constantly is asking me questions, and sometimes they're like, oh yeah, here's the answer, and other times like, I don't know. And sometimes the I don't know is, I don't know, it doesn't matter, and other times is, well, that's a darn good question. Maybe we ought to try and figure that one out. Yeah, John, Placer is a lot more straightforward in theory. I mean, just as hard to work and just as annoying and challenging in reality, but at least the principles are more limited. You know, that doesn't mean, you know, the placer is simple because of the difference in gold particle sizes, shapes, and matrix. How do you recover the gold from your resin? Well, Bob, that is one of the problems right now.
Don't get me started.
I will assume, since you asked the question of the resin, that you have an idea what the resin is. The ion exchange resin is the same stuff you find in a water softener. It does exactly what's in it. It absorbs ions out of the solution. Then the theory is that by applying a different set of conditions, like in the case of a water softener, you run saturated brine through it, you will kick those ions back off the resin. So far, the particular resin I've been using has been amazingly reluctant to get rid of the gold. Therefore, we're trying a couple of things. First is ashing, which is exactly as it sounds, reducing it to ash. It's a plastic. So by heating it to a high enough temperature, it'll turn to ash. The problem is, believe it or not, some of the complexes that we are creating with the Leech solution and absorbing onto the resin are actually quite volatile and will vaporize.
So the gold goes up the chimney.
And goes bye-bye.
Which I've been saying from day one.
Which is not good. There are possible ways of preventing that directly, i.e. put a scrubber on it and such. Although it may kind of coat the inside of the kiln too, which would be hard to recover. There is stripping, also called elution. And so far, we have not found a solution or a set of solution and other factors that does a good job of getting the gold back off of the resin. If we can get the gold back off the resin in a nice concentrated solution, there's very little doubt that we could find some way of recovering that solution with a fairly high efficiency, whether electroplating, precipitation, something. Should be fairly easy to do. And right now, we are essentially fire assaying it. We are mixing it with a lead flux, getting it into the lead, then using the lead in the furnace on top of the cupel to get rid of the lead, which leaves us with a precious metal bead. The problem is this is slow and expensive, okay? We're doing 10 grams at a time. We're creating it 300 grams at a time.
12.5 grams.
12.5 grams dried, 25 wet.
Grams wet. Yes.
Yeah. Even just drying the resin, we have found at temperatures as low as 140 degrees Fahrenheit, we got substantial losses. The problem with distilling the solution is, A, you're not going to get gold. You're going to get gold complexes, this, that, and the other. The other thing is it's going to cost you about a crap load of money in energy to boil the solution. Okay? I understand what you're saying, but it's not like alcohol where it's making up, 10% of the solution. The gold is, well, right now, the best solution we got this year so far is 13 parts per million. Okay? A very, very small fraction of a percent, like 0.013 or something like that percent, maybe 0.0013. So you'd use a huge amount of energy to recover a small amount of gold. With the resin, We can get all that gold in 4 minutes and reduce it from, well, let's see. We're using 2 tons of solution per batch. And we can put all that gold into 3/4 of a pound of resin easily. Piece of cake. Very energy efficient, very simple, doesn't destroy the solution, doesn't do, I mean, we reuse that solution. Any chemicals that haven't been consumed are available to be used again. Very, very efficient. Right now, the problem is just getting it out of the resin efficiently. It should not be technically too challenging once you find the right thing. It's kind of like baking, you know. Once you get the recipe right, you can do it again and again, simply and cheaply. And so that's basically where we're at. Getting it out. Use different resin and remove different minerals from water. Absolutely. I am not certain in his name. I would talk to a real estate agent about that. Woo! Rob Bob is a retired water treatment man. Sweet. Let's see. Collecting all that piece.
Lawrence also does water treatment now.
Okay. Well, that's cool in his name. Glad to have you here. So, okay, Rob, then you know that theoretically with an ion exchange resin, you should be able to strip it somehow. We're trying to find what the best way to do that is. And Ricky, I think you said it got some fine gold. Cool. Things added. Is that now? Yes, it is land with a title. If you have a patented claim in his name, then if the mineral rights are with it, then you don't need to file a claim. It is a claim. It's called a patented claim for a reason. Quite often, the mineral rights have been sold to somebody else for something else. So you have surface rights, mineral rights, water rights, all kinds of different rights that can be severed and sold separately. Nice, Shaggy. Good question. But anyhow, so what we're trying to do, Rob, is find the equivalent of flushing your water treatment resin with salt water and then just electroplating or precipitating out of that salt water. Because in that case, we're loading the resin to like 3% gold.
3.5%. Yeah.
So, we're in excess of 3% gold. So, if we can find the right solution, then we can get something that's running, again, like 1% gold, which is easy to electroplate or something. That would be kind of the ideal thing, especially if you wind up with the resin. It's now recharged and ready to go again. It's no longer a consumable. In the case of this resin, Placer is a lot simpler in his name. I'd suggest starting with Placer if you don't have a lot of experience yet. But the resin costs like $15 a pound and holds $1,500 of gold per pound. And therefore, we can consume it without an economical problem. Let's see. Pregnant Jinshan before new solution. Okay, so the solution tends to get a little more barren. I mean, a little clearer. Wow, the LG GE31, big beads. Which one are you looking at? The LJ, I presume? Oh, they're gigantic.
Really? Wow. Serious beadage going on there.
Oh, yeah. Plump. Definitely plump. Yeah, I don't know how well a reverse osmosis process would work for this. Good question, but I think it would be removing all the chemicals, which would vastly outnumber the gold, but it might turn it into something concentrated enough you might be able to electroplate out of it or precipitate efficiently.
Be worth figuring out.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I mean, I'm happy with how well the resin grabs the gold. High efficiency of recovery, real big increase in concentration. It's just we're having problem figuring out how to get the gold efficiently out of the resin. Right now, EVA can fire assay it at reasonably good efficiencies, we believe. We dry it at room temperature to minimize our losses from the drying process. And I'll say that's one thing. Sure, Chris. You need some Eco Gold X, or we already got some? Paul, that is a confidential information. Not allowed to divulge that. Not huge quantities at this point. It's not economic at the quantities of ore and the grade of ore we're running right now. But if we can just increase that grade, we should be able to get to the I don't know, operational break even, where enough gold is being recovered into resin to equal the expenses that we're using to get it, or better. You know, any guys listen to the Mark Emery Sobbing Living channel? No, I have no idea in his name.
Sounds interesting. What's it about?
What percent are we recovering? Okay. From the ore itself, compared to the fire assay value of a good representative sample of the ore, we are getting anywhere from about 80 to 100 plus percent. Now, obviously, there's no such thing as 100 plus percent recovery. It just means the fire assay is, not entirely accurate. And
we
we're getting
also had coarse gold confounding things.
That means the fire assay is not entirely accurate, little one. And therefore, we assume that in general, with the 1 week, very intermittent agitation leaching, we're getting in the neighborhood of 90% recovery. And as it goes through the leach pad and is filtered out and picks up some gold that was still there, we're getting roughly 100% recovery. Okay. So we're getting very good recoveries from the gold into solution. From the solution into the resin, we're getting 90 plus percent recovery very quickly. And the remaining gold in solution just continues on and is sent back to the next batch. Hey, Lincoln, how's it going? because let's say that's not a loss. It's just not recovered it this week. We'll get it next week, sort of thing. So our overall recoveries are, from the gold in the rock is, in my opinion, over 90%. Winds up in the resin. 3% is the concentration of gold in the resin. For every 100 grams of resin, you have 3 grams of gold. And therefore, if you had a pound of resin, where's my calculator? Good Lord, lost it again, huh? There we go. 154 grams times 0.03 equals 13. A half an ounce of gold in a pound of resin, roughly. So a package of resin about that big, maybe a little bit more resin than that, have a half an ounce of gold. And that would cost about $15. How much are you recovering out of the resin? Depending upon which procedure we've tried, anywhere from 50% to 90, 95%. And the 90, 95% stuff is kind of slow, tedious, and expensive. So that's why we're trying to improve that. Is there a process of reversing electroplating? Absolutely. Just change the polarity and it will go into solution instead of out of solution. If you have an insoluble electrode, for example, if you plated it onto titanium or stainless steel and then reversed polarity and plated it onto gold foil, you could do that. Okay. Sometimes up to 50%, depending upon exactly what procedure we use. Vaporization. We've lost like almost 50% just from baking it in an oven to dry the resin. That was quite a shock. 300 degrees and half the gold is vaporizing? Yeah, that was shocking, but it appears to be the truth. It's repeatable. Okay.
Now,
and we have.
Bear in mind, I wondered why you were drying it in an oven in the first
Because
place.
if you dry something, you don't want to take forever. You put it in an oven. It's standard operating procedure. Hey, Adam. SD elements. Not sure what that means, Paul. But anyhow, so I say it turns out, and the U.S. Bureau of Mines did some research on it a while back. Chris Georgie sent me the paper. They made an artificial ore out of gold chloride and silica sand and subjected it to heat to see how much gold they lost. And at about 400 degrees Fahrenheit, I think it was 250 centigrade, they lost like 5% of the gold. They mixed a little iron pyrite in there and they lost 95% of the gold. One of the things that we're testing right now, one of the experiments where we tried to get the gold off of the resin, that is correct, Jeff. It is leaving with the water. It may not be going as part of a water complex, but it's leaving at the same time. Absolutely. So one thing that we're trying right now is, and that solution still doesn't look like the other solution.
Nope, not at all.
I have no idea what's going on.
I'm going to exactly duplicate it again and see, but I'm telling you, I think something changed with the Eco Goldex because this new Eco Goldex does not look or smell or act like the old Eco Gold.
I would agree. The Eco Goldex does not look the same. It's a different color. The other stuff is kind of a bluish gray.
It was a bluish
And this
gray
is more
and
of
had
a
the
tan.
consistency of Portland cement.
Yeah.
This is more granular and a tannish brown. It smells different.
I would agree. It's also harsher. It's more basic. Like it's got more lye in it or something. Don't know why. It's supposed to all be the same stuff. The salesperson said that different batches come out different colors. I wouldn't bet my life on it. But anyhow, so I'm not sure why, but yeah, the elution experiment does not look the same. The solution doesn't look the same. We should probably have
Not
that
behaving the same.
assayed for gold.
Yes, I was planning
See
to.
what's in it. But
It's not behaving the same at all.
those stuff from the previous elution experiments seem to fire assay better than anything else. And I'm thinking maybe because the solutions turned really brown, and I think maybe we sucked the iron out of the resin.
They didn't change brown. They changed a dark reddish pumpkin.
A reddish pumpkin, whatever
There
the
is no
fuck.
brown involved here.
It's brown as far as I can see. But anyhow, it depends on whether you have 3 colors or 13,000. I've got 3. Okay. Anyhow, the solution was a dark brownish color. Okay. And this new stuff is not. And I think that old stuff pulled out the iron. It also seemed to be it was precipitating some kind of magnetic material, some black magnetic granules or powder.
Powder.
And
no, not granules.
Okay, powder. And that is a pretty clear indication to me something's changed. Don't know what. Don't know why. Don't know how. Is it the ore? Is it the resin? Is it the concentration of things in solution? Because stuff, can't tell. But if getting the iron out of the resin is the key to being able to ash the resin without significant losses, that would be fairly simple. If you can ash the resin without losing the gold, then you can flux the ashes and just pour gold directly. And so, we're trying a bunch of different experiments, kind of on a by guess and by gosh method, instead of, hey, I'm a chemist and I know oxidation states, so I can tell what's going on thing. We do have some people who are smart like that, who are also trying. So we have, I don't know, at least 4 people on 4 continents. 4 people, 1, 2, 5 people on 4 continents that are doing experiments in this. We'll figure it out. I'm not terribly worried about it. Right now, in Montana, we have this thing called winter. And in winter, the ambient temperature drops to the point where dihydrogen monoxide actually turns into a solid. This makes leaching very difficult. So right now, the focus is on mining ore, leaching ore, getting the gold into the resin. And during the wintertime, these experiments can be done inside, someplace in a nice shirt-sleeved environment when you can't do anything else anyhow. So they're not a high priority. Eva is just running the lab while I do the rest of the mill. And as such, she's taking her time, generously volunteering it, to perform these experiments, learn assaying and all this other stuff. Yeah, Tricky, the thing is, this was supposed to be the same product. And I get the feeling it's not exactly the Super Gold X, the Eco Gold XS. I think it may have been the Eco Gold XO or something like that. And they just called it S because we wanted S. I have no clue. Okay. Really can't tell you. It is not identical. I can tell you that. But anyhow, so I say we got all kinds of things we're trying, but it's on a low priority basis right now. The mining and processing are much more important to get done while water is still liquid and while the road to the mine is still open. And let's say we're loading resin and just putting it in Ziploc bags and sticking it away. And we'll figure it out later. Meanwhile, Eva's doing a wide variety of tests and gaining a lot of information. And we'll put it all together this winter. I'm pretty darn confident. With all the people that are working on this, I think we will come up with something by the end of winter. Not terribly worried about it. But that's one of the problems. On the other hand, the leaching, the dissolution, things like that all seems to be going just fine. You say, how's the percent in your ore holding such and such per ton? Okay. For every unit of gold per ton, we are recovering at least 0.9 units of gold per ton into solution. And from there, theoretically, we're going to get virtually all of that gold on multiple passes through the resin and things like that. So we're getting like 90% or better recovery overall, in my opinion.
That is the advantage of a leach pad.
Yeah. Does the Goldex company have a cleaner for it? In other words, a means of recovering it from solution? Answer, yes. Expensive. They do. It's very expensive and apparently very similar to stuff we're trying on an inexpensive basis that we can't get to work. Their methodology was basically a pressure cooker and then electroplating out a solution. Well, we tried boiling the same solution and didn't get squat for recovery. 135 parts per million into solution when it should have been more like 30,000 parts per million. So not impressed. I am glad we didn't spend the $10,000 for recovery equipment that they sell. I was very skeptical when they said, all you need to do, and if you've got a cyanide circuit, is stop using the cyanide and use the Eco Goldex, because there are very, very few situations where you can just stop using gasoline and replace it with diesel fuel and everything else stays the same. Reality is not usually like that. So that made me very skeptical from the get-go. And I like to do small, cheap tests first to verify a process before I spend thousands and thousands of dollars on equipment. That's my natural tendency. Try it small first. And when we tried it small first, we didn't get any results. Therefore, try something else. And that's where we're at. And my friend Jason is using Eco Goldex, I think it's in Honduras, but it's Central America. And they're cementing it onto zinc strips. Zinc cementation is their methodology. And I don't know. That may be a simpler solution. You got to be careful with a pressure cooker because of the materials involved, Shaggy. You need a stainless steel one. Most of them are cast aluminum.
Stainless steel ones are very expensive.
Yeah. With the pressure cooker, a pregnant solution results in a higher boiling temperature. Theoretically, yes, to some extent, but the solution concentrations are low enough that it would probably be less than 10 degrees, in my opinion. But I'm just kind of wild-ass guessing here. If somebody else has a better idea, go for it. We're dealing with solution concentrations well below 1% total dissolved solids. Okay, we're talking like 6 pounds per ton. So 6 divided by 2,000. Yeah, 0.3%. Theoretically, it should be somewhat higher boiling pressure, but I'd be shocked if it was more than 10 degrees. Of course, I've been shocked before. Yeah, if you were to try and use an aluminum pressure cooker with a solution of sodium hydroxide,
It would blow up.
it's going to dissolve the pressure cooker rapidly and generate hydrogen gas. This would be a very undesirable situation. So you have to be careful about materials and things like that. For example, if you were to use any galvanized pipe fittings in our circuit, you would probably wind up with gold-plated pipe fittings because galvanization is zinc. Zinc precipitates the gold out of solution theoretically.
If you've got carbon in your ore, you're going to have a problem.
The mines have done a direct comparison of cyanide and Eco Goldex to enchant. The Goldex generally needs twice the chemical and twice the time compared with sodium cyanide, but is much safer. Wouldn't surprise me, although with the very fine gold we have, we've gotten, let's say, I've got bottle roll tests that would typically give me 85 to 90% recovery in 24 hours. I don't know if cyanide would normally do that with our ore because it is very fine gold. 80% passing 6.8 microns. That's real fine gold. For you placer guys, that's smaller than 2,000 mesh. But
for you cooks, it is about 1/7 the size of a single grain of confectioner's sugar.
Okay. But anyhow, that's kind of our situation, where we're at right now. I'm happy with the Eco Goldex and its dissolution. I'm curious why we had that one real high solution sample and why in that solution test, why in that batch, the Eco Goldex consumption was less than average. I have no idea. Do you have any idea? Do we change Eco Goldex batches in that sample? When did we do it? Did you note that on your sheets?
Yes, I was surprised. I thought that batch was going to come back bad because so little Eco Goldex was used compared to the old stuff and to the new stuff.
Okay, what I'm saying is when we were done with the old batch and we switched to the new container, did you note when exactly that
Yes, I
happened?
did. That was 2 batches before this high batch.
It was 2 batches before. Okay, so
yes,
that wasn't
that's when our Eco Goldex consumption went up by 20%.
Okay. So basically, that wasn't the change that happened. Right now, we're trying to figure out what to put on a website or a synopsis or whatever. Once we get everything figured out, I'll probably do a video and say, hey, this is what works. Okay. Right now, putting stuff on a website that doesn't work is probably not the most helpful thing. Not the worst, but not the most helpful thing. So that's basically where we're at right now. It's as Douglas Pohl mentions here, do you have your website back? We haven't access to the website. Let's see.
It's the free link. We don't have a paid server yet.
Ceramic filtration, resin might not flow for extraction. The resin is solid beads and would therefore filter just as solid beads. The gold would not separate from the resin and therefore extract from it under those circumstances, if that's what you're saying, Lincoln. Let me find my channel here. I did one just so I can do this.
Yeah, be sure to open it in the second window and look at it.
Insurance, chemistry, anion, resin, electrical, refractive, Maberite, Philitis
Copy it from
fabrics. Hard Rock University. Open a new tab. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, Control C.
It has
Go back
not been
here.
updated in a zillion years.
Control V. Yeah, it hasn't been updated anytime recently. There is a functional link to my website, which has a number of things in it. Yeah, an Instant Pot is stainless, although I don't know about all the various components in it. I don't know what kind of pressure. In his name says, good night, Eva.
Good night.
Have a great night. Be safe, you two. We will give it our best shot.
I had considered an Instant Pot. I have to find out what all the other materials in it are because the sleeve itself is stainless.
Yeah.
But I do not know if it gets to the pressure.
I think the lid is aluminum. Not sure.
Yeah.
Keep it dry, gentlemen. Draw, gentlemen. Sometimes something. I think you mean something tells me they're coming for us soon. Oh, you mean being called a clear and present danger kind of gives that hint? Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple things like the cost and economics calculator and standard conversion factors and stuff that could come in handy. Okay. So anyhow, again, it's frustrating because Eva could get a lot more done if we were at the lab more. Right now, she's pretty much 2 to 3 days a week is all we can do that. We'll be there tomorrow afternoon and Wednesday and probably Thursday. And then Friday heading out to the mine again. So I'm trying to do a lot of things in parallel and can't do everything well when you're doing that. So we're doing the most time critical stuff first. Okay, Adam, did you get that link there? I presume you did. That might work, Kodak. I say right now we're trying to avoid pressure cooking if we can. All right, Adam. And there's things like we may just be able to use electricity to drive it off the resin. Oh, wonderful, Douglas. But I say that we prefer to avoid pressure cooking if possible. It just adds more complexity and stuff like that. Chris thinks that using electrical flow, we might be able to drive it off the resin pretty good. Resin Tech in Cherry Hill, Missouri. Okay. Resin Tech, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Thank you, Rob Bob. Yeah, he's a water treatment guy, and he says, "Hey, call Resin Tech in Cherry Hill. They might know the answer." You got cut off by the limitation of the thing, Jeff. Thank you, Tricky. Good luck on that one. I get in general what you're trying to say, Jeff. But yeah, each time we just recover like 95% of the gold out of solution and send the rest on through. Yeah, I remember Tricky. When you started gold prospecting, what was the first piece of equipment you found useful and bought? A gold pan and a classifier. Because I do hard rock gold, I need like a 30 mesh classifier. But a gold pan, a classifier, pick and shovel, of course you should normally have a pick and shovel. You can do a lot with a gold pan and a lot with a classifier. I can even get by without the classifier. The guy taught me how to classify just using any little rough surface and tapping. It's pretty good. But that's the first thing. You're going to need a loop. And another thing for the hard rock gold, where I'm really trying to see these small particles and measure their sizes, a little pen microscope. Like that.
You can get the loops on American Science and Surplus. They have really good metal ones.
Yeah, and I believe
with
this
a light.
This is a 40 power microscope with a reticle where each division is 1/1000th of an inch. So you can measure pretty small stuff with this. You can measure down to about 500 mesh and do it accurately with this little thing here. And this was, I think, all total about $75. Very, very helpful if you're dealing with very small gold. Okay. The loop for hard rock is essential. For placer is useful. Okay. Thanks, Rob Bob. See, this is why I'm not terribly worried. These things are not rocket surgery. And so it's just a matter of finding the person who knows how to do it. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, totally cool, dude. Thanks.
Tricky Dicky says when he tried electroplating, he was using a standard DC voltage with a pulsed AC superimposed on the top. It ripped the gold out within 20 minutes. Yeah, I prefer an illuminated hand lens too, Adam. It comes in handy, especially underground.
We get them from American Science and Surplus. They got good ones.
And see, this is an illuminated one. What were these about? $7, $8 now, little one?
Yeah, they're like $7 a piece.
Yep. Yeah, American Science Surplus has that. The pocket microscope is a different situation.
American Science and Surplus gets pocket microscopes occasionally, but you got to watch for
them. How much Goldex do you need to add each week or cycle? Do you remember how many pounds per cup, little one?
3.5 cups is 1 pound, I believe, or a little over a pound. I believe, thinking about our chart on the wall, 3.5 cups is like half a kilo or a little over half a kilo.
Okay, so, and when
this new stuff acts differently.
When you put in a new batch, how much Goldex do you add to make it up? To bring it up to spec?
3.5 cups gets you to 1.5 in our batches, 1.5%.
Okay. So we're looking about maybe 3 pounds of Eco Goldex consumed for every 1,500 pounds of rock right now. So about 4 pounds per ton is the consumption. Very little lime because we have some limestone in it. And the Eco Goldex, I think, has sodium hydroxide in it. So cost is, I don't know, $10 a ton. Chemical consumption, something like that.
Yeah, it's not terribly ridiculous.
It's not very much. And We're not sure what the loading factor will be overall at what solution concentrations. Last year we were getting loading factors up to 6-7%, but we had solution concentrations that were higher due primarily to a higher ore grade, but also to a higher ore to solution ratio. And so I'd be surprised if we weren't getting loading factors up around 5 or 6% in the Eco Goldex by the end of the season here as we get our ore grades up. Oh. I do not know, Lincoln. The resin is being utilized in solution. There is some lead in solution, but not a whole lot. I know that Rock Butcher's tests actually tested for lead in the resin. Oh, come on. No, it's a different thing there. Trying to find his documents here. I get so much data. I just put it all in the file, figuring that I can find it when I need to. Interesting. It's not in the front. I saw it just the other day.
Done disappeared again.
Oh, everything done disappeared again. You know how that goes. Come on. You know how it is with sheets of paper. They never cooperate. Alpine. It's all from Alpine. I don't know what's going on. I know the lead in the resin wasn't real exciting. That should be way too far back. It's just so hard to get sheets of paper to separate where you want them to. Ah, there we go. Let's see, lead. It's not quite in alphabetical order. PB content, around 20 parts per million in the resin. Okay, so either the Eco Goldex has very low ability to dissolve the gold, or the resin has very little affinity for the gold in the Eco Goldex solution. The lead, yeah. So I do not know which it is. Okay. Tricky says the resin will float on molten lead. The old resin I was using, same as Keith's, is actually for extracting mercury from water, and as mercury and gold are 135 and 136 ppm, the resin will also pull out the gold. 136, I'm guessing that's a atomic weight.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like.
Gold, 79 atomic number. 196.
So it'll float on lead, huh?
This says mercury is 200 atomic weight. Platinum's 195. Iridium, osmium. Yeah, it should pull out platinum group then too. 135 and 136 picometers. Okay, that would be the nucleus or the atomic size, I guess. Molecular diameter. Yeah. Makes sense. Oh. So I say, I really don't know. I know that I've got a big, well, not big, but I mean like a 1 cubic foot electrolytic cell and some power supplies, so that if that's the way to go, I can process a lot of resin at once. You know, a little pump with a filter, and I mean the whole schlemiel there. I'm not sure if I've got the anode or not. I had a stainless steel anode too. Whatever. Again, this is one of the things that we're planning on testing, but we're just too busy. Eve and I are already working, well, anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. Like tomorrow, I'll be headed out in the morning, getting some parts. Come back. We got a little work we have to do here. Then we head out to the ranch, be working for another 6 or 7 hours. When we're at the mine, we were putting in as long as 12-hour shifts. You know, I'd get up at 7, be working by 8, and we'd be shutting down at 8:30, 9 o'clock. All we do was stop a couple times during the day just to fuel up. So we don't have a lot of time to get everything done. Everlast, huh? We've already tried that, Jeff. It didn't work. Very low conductivity, and so couldn't get direct electrowinning. That was the first thing we tried because it's the simplest if it works. It no trabajo. Again, we just couldn't get the solution is not very conductive that we're using to actually leach with. A stripping solution can be much more conductive, you know, but the leach solution by its nature is generally fairly dilute because that's what's economic and safe. There's a number of criteria, Shaggy, but as a general rule, yeah, you'll have to get the proper permits and stuff if you do it on a particular scale or in a particular location or doing a particular thing. So there's no general rule where we can say, did you add salt or sodium bicarbonate? I presume to the leach solution, no, because we're using it by the ton. And yeah, you really have to push the ion concentration way up compared to what you need for the leach solution. And that could cause all kinds of other problems in the dissolution phase, but it would certainly cost a lot more and create a more toxic solution, even if it's just salt. It's going to
We
be
already have
worse.
volatile gold, so I don't think we want to be possibly making gold chlorides either.
I don't know. Say Tricky Dicky says direct electrowinning doesn't work unless you push the pH up to around 13.
Ouch!
Which would typically be with sodium hydroxide. So your solution would dissolve your flesh, which is generally considered undesirable. This stuff is so innocuous when it gets splashed on me, I ignore it generally, unless it's in my eyes. Now I just wash it off when I get a chance, but I don't worry about it. pH 13, yeah, that's going to turn you to stope pretty quick. Do not stir with your finger. Pretty much. Depends on how conductive, Paul. That's the point. We're trying to make it conductive to fairly high amperages at fairly low voltages, in the neighborhood of 1.5, 2 volts, and trying to get multiple amps out of that. So it has to be pretty conductive to electroplate. And that's where the problem is. How conductive is the question? Yeah, Goldstream, it is. On the other hand, I say once we get this all figured out, theoretically, it won't be much more complicated than baking a cake. You know? Yeah, actually, ultra pure water is a much better insulator than transformer oil. That's what they use to insulate these supercapacitors they use for fusion experiments. Ultra pure water is just not conductive at all. It's the ions in it that make it conductive. Yeah, it was kind of funny a long time ago in chemistry class. They used to have an experiment. They probably don't do it any now because it's too dangerous by modern standards. They had a light bulb with 2 electrodes, and you just put different beakers of solution to it to see if the light bulb would light up. And this was 110 volts. You just plug it into the wall. And my buddy, Alan, and I were doing this experiment with, I think, 20 different solutions. And we kind of cleaned off the electrodes and everything, and we're getting ready to run it. And I had the plug, and he had the thing, and he had said basically, hold on a second while he adjusted the electrodes because they got kind of little cattywampus. I didn't hear that part and plugged it in. And so Alan's kind of doing this. And so when the current hit, it went like this and literally wrapped it around his fingers so he couldn't let go. And luckily he was smart enough to just back away from the plug as he made a lot of incomprehensible noises with his mouth. I couldn't exactly figure out what he was trying to say. And by the time I figured out what was going on, he backed up and just unplugged it. And we had a great chemistry teacher. Mr. Johnston comes over and he goes, "Are you all right?" And Alan goes, "Yeah, I'm fine." "You sure you're all right?" "Yeah." "Did you notice if the light bulb lit up?" Oh, that was funny. Yeah, we had fun in chemistry class and physics class. We were nerd troublemakers. Oh, dearie. Such is life. Anyhow, yeah, that's what we're trying to do, Goldstream, is figure out the recipes so that anybody can just follow the rules and go from there. Okay. Right now, nobody can seem to give us the recipe that works. So this is supposed to work, and we try it, and it's like, it doesn't work. Yeah, some of them were pretty interesting, John. Absolutely. Yep. But that's what we're trying to do, is write the recipe book and go from there. So anyway, that's about where we're at this week. Mainly the progress is made in the mining. And so we'll go from there and see what happens. But at least I have a better idea of what to do now. And that should increase our productivity dramatically. No problem, Jeff. That's what we do. Bat stuff around here. That's the fun thing. The basic questions. Sometimes there's other people watching that can use those answers. Other times it'll, touch on, such as just tonight. Tricky Dicky goes, "Oh, that reminds me, the electroplating thingy." Yeah, exactly, Kodak. I used to put mercury in my hand, and it didn't do anything bad to me. Yeah, it's hilarious. Nowadays, you break a thermometer, it's a frickin' hazmat cleanup. It's insane.
My lab thermometers are probably illegal.
Probably didn't sell them now. Yep. So, anyhow, any other questions, comments, or testicle jokes here before we call it a night? Oh, yeah, one good testicle joke tonight. That was good. That was a nice one, just right out of the blue from behind. Whack. Nice. Oh, yeah, you should have heard it when Jim's friend Joe and Lauren and I were out working on a job. Man, the ball busting was pretty serious. Yeah, luckily I'm only half as vulnerable as everyone else. So, anyhow. Yeah, Paul, I lost one of my testicles a few months ago, and so we have occasional testicle jokes that come flying in. So we don't get mad. We just rate them, give them points. Ooh, there you go. That's not bad, John. Okay, Tricky. You stay safe, and you already kissed the family. It'd be fun sometime if we could get over to the Philippines and visit y'all, but I can tell that's not going to be for a while here. But that would be way cool. If you're ever over in the States, see if we can meet up. That would be great. Okay. Second call. Anything, any questions or anything at this point? Not seeing anything. And by the way, do try and take the time to look at the scenery. That was way cool this week. It was a nice little 45-minute break. Right on, Tricky. You betcha, Shaggy. We'll do the best we can. I'm going to have to check on this Hantavirus thing. 35% fatality rate doesn't sound good to me. I'm not happy with that. Okay. Where'd the pen go? What concentration of H2SO4, Rob Bob? And 4% peroxide. Not really, Jeff. And gold is not soft enough to nick with a fingernail. Nope. They're soft for a metal, but they're not soft. Okay. I presume probably concentrated, but like 60% or something like that. Okay, Robin. Now I'll try and remember to call your Resin Tech people this week too. We have a lot of pack rat midden that I'm having to move out of the way to get to the vein. Everything in that decline has got pack rat midden on it that I've got to get out of the way. So theoretically, it's a potential source of infection. So need to figure out what to do about it. I'm going to see if they have an effective vaccine. That would probably be the safest thing to do right now. Because it's so thick. I
know how to get rid of them.
Yeah, it's so thick. He means stripping the resin of the ions, Jeff. I'd say when you got 2 or 3 foot thick of pack rat midden, you can't really saturate it with a dilute bleach solution very well. You also might be generating a lot of chlorine in a confined space. When the wind's not blowing, the air just isn't moving in the mine. So that can create a more imminent lethal threat. Colloidal silver for you. Possibly. I got nothing against colloidal silver, Paul. I know the basic theory, but I don't know if it works well on viruses. I know it works good on bacteria. Don't know about viruses. Not sure what the exact mode of action is, but I'll check the Hantavirus. I'll just call up my doctor's office tomorrow and explain the situation and see what they say. Yeah. Yep, it is definitely spread by rodents. Pack rats are rodents. Cute little beggars, especially the ones up here. They have a little tuft of fur at the end of the tail. They're really cute. They look like a giant kangaroo rat, but not with such big hind legs. Okay. Eva can inform me more deeply, Paul. All righty. Anything else? Anybody? Well, I guess I'll call it a night. Happy prospecting. Keep it safe out there. And don't forget to admire the view.
In a little while, I'll be going on